love
Erase it.
pencils. I'm a very pencil-y person, but you're right.
Is it too crowded or is it?
We can make it work. You want me to move?
No, you're fine.
I like when you use that. It's awesome.
A lot of those.
Are you good,
I don't
Mitch?
have so many of
You'll
these.
be good? Okay.
I'm perfectly
Okay.
fine.
Does
All
anybody
right.
need an agenda? Because there's.
I'll take one, yeah, absolutely. I like the digital one, but this is good to have too.
Does anybody need an agenda?
Yeah, actually got an extra.
Yeah, I'll
The old
take one.
waters too, look at that.
That's all.
I brought my own. Just got lucky.
Got extras too.
Call to order the Town of Londonderry Zoning Board of Adjustment meeting, December 21st, 2022. Welcome, everybody. Before we start our procedures this evening, let me go over the meeting procedures that will follow this evening. The clerk will read all the cases into the record as they come up. The applicant will make their presentation. The board will address the applicant with any questions or comments. And then those that are in favor of the request are given the opportunity to address the board. We ask that you come up to the podium. You will state your name and address for the record, and then you'll be allowed to speak. Those that are opposed or having questions regarding the request are then given the opportunity to address the board. We ask you to come to the podium here in the front and give your name and address for the record. The applicant will then be given the opportunity to rebut any of the opposition. The opposition is given the opportunity for any rebuttal. We ask that all questions, whether you are in favor or in opposition, go through the board. You will speak to us, and then we will then address it with the applicant. There'll be no back and forth directly, so that we can keep the meeting on track this evening. Once this is all done, the public hearing portion regarding the case will be closed, at which time the board enters into deliberations and votes on on the request and continues the case to a future date. The public is asked to turn off their cell phones or put them in the vibrate mode during this meeting. If there are any interesting parties that would like to stay for the deliberations, which commence at the closing of the public hearing for each individual case, we encourage you to do so. However, you can also see the decisions for the cases because they are posted at the town website within 48 hours following this meeting. Only the applicant and their representatives will be notified through the mail. Before we begin, I'd like to have everybody go around and address themselves so that you know who we are. Nick, would you start us off this evening?
I'm Nick Gardner, zoning administrator.
I'm Irene Macarelli, alternate member.
David Armstrong, alternate member.
Jackie Bernard, full voting member.
Suzanne Brunel, voting member.
Mitch Feig, voting member.
Chris Moore, alternate member.
Beth Morrison, recording secretary.
Laura Gandier, ZBA liaison.
Thank you. This evening, all right, we are full board. Mitch, you're, yeah, we're the three, okay. Who, have you been
Up to you.
voting? For last meeting, David, were you voting? Were you?
Yeah, I think.
And
we didn't have
Irene,
that
both
many.
of you were? Okay. So at this time, Chris, we're going to have you as a, yeah, because we have to have 5, right? I've got to do my alternates. We got to do our alternates this evening for 5. So Chris, you'll be a full voting member this evening, and Irene, you'll be a full voting, and David, you'll step out this one.
That's
Okay.
fine. Yep.
First order of business, the minutes that must be approved for the September 21st, 2022. Suzanne, you were here, and that is it, correct?
I think I was here.
Mitch was here. And Chris was, the three of us were here.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Well, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for September 21, 2022.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? The ayes have it. For the minutes for the November 16th, 2022 ZBA hearing, do I have a motion for those minutes?
I move to approve the minutes for
Do I have a
the, yep,
Go ahead.
for the November meeting.
For November 16th, 2022. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Great. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
Okay, and 2 abstains. So that is, do we have any report by the town council liaison this evening? And let the record show we have none. Nick, the regional impact determination for this evening?
There were no cases with regional impact.
Okay. And for tonight's meeting, I'd like to just,
If we could, do we need to make a motion on that to accept the regional impact determination?
Nick, do we usually, don't we really, we read all the regional impact criteria?
Would you like me to?
No, but I do think we need to.
We probably should for, we have a lot of cases this evening, and I just don't want any misunderstanding on the regional impact.
Okay, do you have copies in front of you?
I do not. Laura, do you have copies of that,
Of, it's,
the regional impact?
it's all the ones that are on the agenda.
Can we bulk approve them?
I think that's what we usually
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Just
Just
accept.
Okay.
We accept.
All right, so do I have a motion for the regional impact determination for this evening?
Make a motion to accept the regional impact determination if there were no cases of regional impact.
And do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. And this evening, if we have any questions, I would like to remind the board that we go through Nick, and he will answer any of our questions on anything this evening and going forward. The first case, Suzanne, are we ready?
Case number 1221-2022-1 is a request for a variance from LZO 4.2.1.3 to encroach 19 feet into the 40-foot front setback for the construction of an addition at 14th South Road, map 3, lot 24, zone AR1, Lee and Gretchen Ingersoll, owners and applicants. There are no previous zoning cases on this property.
Thank you. Right here. Thank you and welcome. Please state your name before you begin for the record.
My name is Gretchen Ingersoll.
And I'm Lee Ingersoll.
Thank you.
So we are here to request a variance for our property located at 14 South Road in order to build an addition for our master bedroom and bathroom that would encroach into the 19 feet into the 40-foot front setback. Our house was constructed more than 100 years ago, and it currently does encroach into that same space. The current design of our house does not allow for the addition to be built any other way except to be within that setback. In order to optimally utilize our available land and add a bedroom in an aesthetically pleasing way, we would need to put the addition to the left of the front of the house, and that would be when you're looking at the house. The fact that our house is 2 stories tall for the first 30 feet and then 1 story beyond that further complicates where to locate the addition. The variance does meet the following 5 criteria. The variance does not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or threaten the health, safety, or general welfare of the public. The spirit of the ordinance is observed in that our house already exists within the 40-foot zone, and in addition, does not do any harm to the public health, safety, or welfare. Substantial justice is done by enabling us to add a master suite on the first level of the house, enabling us to continue to live comfortably into our retirement years without having to navigate steep stairs every day. Number 4, the values of the surrounding properties will not be diminished as the house already exists within the 40-foot zone. The addition would actually bring our property more in line with the style and character of the neighborhood, which feature more square footage and in a modern style than our current house, than exists currently with our house. And number 5, the littler enforcement of the provisions of this ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship due to the fact that we cannot reasonably enjoy our property as we would like to without adding the addition. We also cannot reasonably locate the addition in another location without encroaching on the setback. A first-floor master's bedroom and full bath is a reasonable use.
Hey, Nick, do you have access to putting up?
That's what this is my first time running this
No,
bus.
I know.
Could I ask for some assistance with the computer, Laura, please?
While we're doing that, I have a couple of questions, if I may.
Please, Suzanne.
So you didn't have any plans, well, there is a sketch. Didn't give us a whole lot of detail. So I guess when you indicate, obviously with the age of the house, there's gonna be some issues. You're already in the setback. Are you going, I'm not quite sure where you're going from there. Are you going up? Are you going further into the setback? Are you going left or
Nope,
right?
so if you see on the picture behind you, the green is where our current house is.
Okay.
And then on that picture to the right is where we would locate the addition. So there's that 51 feet is the space available to the property line of our next neighbors. And then the 21 feet drawing line is to the road right now. So we would put the addition right in to the right, and it would be approximately 20 by 25 feet. Additions, the size of it, we don't have any plans because we weren't sure we would get the variance, so we didn't want to go through the expense of, getting a design until we knew where for sure we could put it there.
Everything's all loaded.
But it should be a real simple,
So the little box, I guess on the bottom, is that the existing house, or is it the existing house with the second box? Or is the second box
the green
addition?
boxes is all the house. So the first green box, the bigger one,
Yeah.
is the front part of the house facing the road.
That's the two-story part.
Yeah, and that's 2-story. And then the longer piece is the kitchen, and
Okay.
that's just a 1-story piece.
And then where were you gonna put the addition? Is
So-
it behind the second part?
So the addition would go along the front side of the house, yep, right there, over about 20 to 25 feet, and then back 20 to 25 feet. So basically a rectangle to the right of that.
So,
Exactly, yeah,
Oh,
right
yeah.
there.
so it would be the second part of the house, the addition that's included, what you have there in the green?
I'm not sure I understand what, so this is what you're asking for?
No, that's,
No, that
That's-
is,
So this,
yeah, that's
That
our
exists.
existing house, and now to the right, and go to your right.
So right there.
Yeah, right in that area is where we would put it. So it wouldn't be just flush with the front of the house. It wouldn't go any further beyond that.
yeah.
So that's our basically our front door is that first green line. Towards where it says 21 feet. Yeah, that's the front part of our house that
okay,
faces
so
the
this is
road.
the driveway. Okay, I was coming in
No, that's
from
the-
here, that's
Yeah,
why.
no, the road's up there. The
This is that
driveway's to the
driveway.
left.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, that's
That
South
makes more
Road right
sense.
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm still,
We were
confused.
reversed.
sorry.
That's the one?
The Y
figuring
is the driveway.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
that's good.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
All right, so the screen porch is in the back.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
way in the back.
Okay.
And what size is the addition?
About 20 to 25 feet, 20 by 25.
20 by 25?
Yeah, and again, that's approximate depending on, once we start taking a wall down, we don't know what we're gonna find in there and what we might have to go around, so that's an approximate thing. But we are working with an architect to help us draw that out,
Okay.
once we have approval.
And you say it already encroaches, so is 19 feet, is that the total?
Yes,
It's
so,
already, what it already encroaches, so totally 19 feet, right?
yes. So where South Road is and that 21-foot
Yeah.
lines are, that's the front of our house, so we're 21 feet right now away from the road, not
Okay.
40.
Are you coming closer to the road?
No.
No.
We'd be no closer than that. In fact, we may be a few feet further back, like beyond that, depending on, because there's an electric panel there and there's a couple things, we may have to move it back a little bit. But as long as we can go within that 40-foot zone and no closer to the road than the 21 feet, we'll be
Yeah.
fine.
So you're already 19 feet in as it is now? So you're not really going any further?
They're just
No.
going up and then back.
We're just adding to the front of the part of that house.
Adding to the other side.
We're already within that 40-foot range, so we're
Yeah.
just saying we want to put an addition on that's still going to be within the 40-foot range.
And you're not encroaching on any of the other side setbacks,
No.
just the front one because it's
Yeah.
already in the front one.
So
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm
just
clear.
the existing encroachment. It's
Yeah.
already there.
Exactly.
Right, because they're
They have to come
changing,
back because they're changing. Okay.
because they're changing something, yeah. Okay. All right. Any more questions from the board?
I'm okay, thank you.
Good. I'd like to bring it out to the audience. Anyone in favor that would like to speak? Please come to the podium and state your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is David Colglazier. I live at 6 Moulton Drive, and I share 50 or 60 feet of property line with the applicant. I moved to the house in 2001. At that point, in August of that year, my wife and I were touring around looking at houses. We went to this one, that's abutting their property. The only thing we found was there a bit of a barnyard smell. But since that date, we have not smelled it again. There have been very good neighbors to us, although I think I'll probably hold up my hand, and that's the number of times I've even seen or spoken to them, just because they are good neighbors. And although I do hear an animal nowadays that goes hee-haw, hee-haw, and my wife and I smile a lot when we hear it. We think it's wonderful. My wife also text with the applicant about the status of our cats and their cats and cats that seem to be passing through the neighborhood. So I'm very much in favor of this. The property has always been well kept, or as well as you can keep an active horse farm. So I have no objection to that at all. And I wish them the best of luck in that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the applicant? Is there anyone opposed that would like to speak? All right, let the record show there's no opposition. Bring it back to the board. Do we have any other further questions before we vote?
I have one other question. So I understand why you want to build out and put a master bedroom on the first floor, but what's on your first floor that you couldn't put it somewhere else? Like, you know, we reorganize our houses all the time.
It's a pretty small house, and so in that main, if you go back to the picture, so the long skinny part in the back, that's all kitchen. It's only about, 14 feet wide?
12.
12, yeah, 12, 14 feet wide. And then that little blue area there, that's our septic. So we, septic tank. Actually, it's that new
the
one.
blue
yeah,
is the- yeah.
new one. Anyway, so we'd have to avoid that. And then the kitchen part is a one-story, so it's I should have brought you some pictures. It would be really awkward to try to merge the addition in between those, the front and the back, like the big piece, the two-story part and the one-story part, because you'd have two different size roof lines. Actually, I might have a picture on my computer, but anyway, that's the biggest concern. And then the other concern would be if we move back the 40 feet and can still put it on that side, it only gives us about 10 foot before we hit that one story.
Well, I think my question was more, why do you need, like, why couldn't you just build it in the existing part of the house without having another addition on it?
There's not enough space.
Yeah.
I think it's, yeah. There's a living room and a small little dining room that is a walk-through. It's not like a separate room. You walk through the dining room to get to the living room. And then there's the stairs to go upstairs. There's a small space there that we use as an office now, but it's only about 10 by 10.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So how big would you say where you're going to be putting, where you're asking for the bedroom? How many square feet would you say that area is?
As far as the addition would be, how big that would be?
No, not the addition, but the existing.
That whole green side?
Yep.
I think that's 30 feet. Right there, from, yeah. The two-story part is 30 feet long.
30 feet long,
Yep.
okay. And the other part?
The kitchen part?
Yep.
Back there, I think that's 40 feet, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's 40
So it's
feet.
very odd shaped. And what year was this house built?
18-something.
1800s? Okay.
Yeah.
So pre-zoning. Okay.
Do we have any other
Yeah,
questions?
so the addition's gonna be a one-story as well?
Most likely, yeah. It might come up a little bit, it might be like 1.5 to tie it into the current house. It's a pretty steep side of the, on that side.
Yeah, the upstairs are knee walls, so they're steep knee walls on the upstairs.
1800s.
Yeah, it's a real fun house.
I'm good.
Okay. If there's no further questions, we can close deliberation, close the public meeting, portion part of the meeting, and we'll go into deliberations. Do we have any questions or concerns?
Did we have any letters from any other letters? We did have one.
Nope. Can I have the paperwork?
He's ready to go.
Just this?
Yep, my part.
No,
no.
that's your part.
That's my part.
Yeah. There should be one part in there for me.
Yeah, okay.
This is the only thing I've
Still
got.
voting, we gotta vote first.
Yeah. There it is. Thank you. Okay, so we don't have anything that we have to hash out before? Okay, let's just go right into the 5 criteria. Okay, let's go in.
All right, granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because?
Say would not. Would not be contrary. Doesn't pose any risks to the public.
Not alter the character of
Right.
the
does not
neighborhood.
alter the character of the neighborhood.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. I agree.
The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because?
So I don't see there's any issue with health, safety, or welfare. They're already encroaching the same amount. They're not expanding the encroachment further to the street. I don't see any issues there.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Agree.
Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because?
I would say would. I
Would.
believe it would create more hardship for them than it would to not, grant it.
Would sounds reasonable.
So the benefit to the applicant does not outweigh the harm to the general public. I
Correct.
agree with
I
that.
agree. For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not.
Would not.
Would not?
Agreed. This house was built pre-zoning, and they're doing an update to it that doesn't really detriment their own lot or their neighbor's lots.
It doesn't change the encroachment.
Right.
Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship and costs A, there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of the provision to the property.
So I think the applicant told us about the uniqueness of the property, the age of the building,
Pre-zoning,
zoning.
Rezoning.
and it already exists in the setback.
Right.
There really is no way to put an addition on.
So
Right, you could
is,
ask the question, is there
Due
any
to
place else to
septic.
put it, but between the septic and,
Yeah.
Yeah. no matter
Other
what they
features
do.
of the land.
I would agree it's not.
right, so it's
so
not.
is not, I agree.
Agree.
Agreed.
Proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because
I think it's reasonable, in addition to your homes, for a master bedroom is a reasonable use of it.
I agree.
I agree. None of us are getting any younger.
It's an easy
Let
I am.
us know your secret.
Are there any comments or restrictions?
I have none.
I have none.
I have none.
Nope. I do not.
I'm ready for a motion if someone would like to make one.
I'd like to make a motion to grant the variance from LZO 4.2.1.3 to encroach 19 feet into the 40-foot front setback for the construction of an addition, 14 South Road.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Flourish.
You good?
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
You good? Good for the second.
Ready to go?
Case number 1221-2022-2 is a request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.1.2 to allow the use of a group childcare facility in the C2 zone, which is otherwise prohibited, 298 Rockingham Road, Building J, map 17, lot 24, zone C2. Remy Fortin Realty Company owner and Audrey and Jason Withy and When I Grew Up LLC are the applicants. There are 3 previous zoning matters for this property. 1973 was a variance to construct an office building in the industrial zone, which was granted. 2017, a request for an appeal of an administrative decision regarding the interpretation of multi-tenanted. That was also granted. And a second one in 2017 was a request for 3 variances to allow taller than allowable 10-foot in height sign, to allow the placement of the sign 0 feet from the property line, and to allow a larger sign than the square footage, which was granted with conditions, and then granted and then withdrawn.
Who will be presenting for the second case?
This is Jason Withy, the applicant.
Audrey Withy,
And
applicant.
your addresses?
321 Joppa Hill Road, Bedford, New Hampshire.
321 Joppa Hill Road, Bedford, New Hampshire.
Thank you. And who will be presenting?
I'll be presenting. this
Okay.
evening. Good evening, and thank you for taking the time tonight to listen to us in regards to the zoning variance request that we seek. My wife and I are looking to start a local childcare facility here in Londonderry, New Hampshire. And based on current Londonderry zoning ordinances, specifically Section 4.1.2, There are only 2 permitted zones for the childcare facilities. All others are either conditional or not permitted. The zone in which we're seeking, Zone C2, is one of those zones that is not permitted currently. And as many of you are aware, there's a pretty big childcare shortage in general, so we're looking to try to bring that capability here into Londonderry and grow the opportunity for parents to have a location for their children to be taken care of. So there's 5 criteria which we believe that we oblige to in regards to meeting the variance request. The first is in regards to the contrary to the public interest. So this property has 2 buildings on it. It's approximately 18 acres. The 2 buildings, one right now is used as a canine facility. The other is used as a microbrewery, which is the facility we'd be using for childcare. This variance request would not impede on the second property, the canine property, obviously, as part of that. The increase in traffic in this area would not be noticeable. It's right on Route 28. It's already a high traffic area, so we don't believe there'd be any negative impact as part of that. And as I mentioned already, the shortage in childcare support for families here, Londonderry, one of those locations. This would provide high-quality care for children here in Londonderry. The second criteria is the spirit of ordinance is observed. So the ordinance as it's spelled out in the Londonderry zoning ordinance documentation reflects this area as being primarily intended to encourage the development of business areas designed to serve the motoring public. We believe the child care facility is exactly that. It is intended to provide some motoring public for parents who are coming and going from work or other facilities that may be in the area that need a place to be able to have their children cared for while they're working. The third criteria is substantial justice is done. Substantial justice is done since there would be no less or no loss to any individual, and both the abutter and the community would be greater than the gain to the community by having another high-quality childcare facility in a highly trafficked area, commercial area here in Londonderry. The fourth criteria, the values and surrounding properties are not diminished. So as I mentioned, this is an 18-acre lot that this building is located on. The surrounding parties include a 12-acre undeveloped agricultural property, a 13-acre undeveloped agricultural property, another 13-acre undeveloped commercial 2 property, a just under 1.5-acre commercial 2 warehouse business, a just under 1.5-acre commercial 2 office building, and a 2.84-acre agricultural residential home. These properties would not see any diminished by the use of this property, 298 Rockingham Road, for the purposes of a child care. As I mentioned, there's already businesses in this facility that support that. And so the traffic would not be impacted by this, and the type of business would not negatively impact the surrounding area or the home values or business values in that area. If anything, it would likely increase the values and opportunities. The final criteria, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. We believe that Part A is met, and if not, we have Part B as well. So for the purposes, unnecessary hardship in regards to Section 1, which is no fair substantial relationship exists between the general public proposes of the ordinance provisions and the specific applications of the provisions to the property. And the restriction on the property for a group child care center is not needed to keep the full effect of the zoning ordinances, which is to promote the business that serves the motoring public, as mentioned prior. Secondly, the proposed use is a reasonable one. The proposed use is a reasonable one as a group child care facility, as it's in a commercial business area.
What is a commercial?
Is a commercial business that serves the motoring public. The use would also not diminish the value of the neighboring properties and provide Londonderry with another high-quality childcare establishment. It would also does not diminish essential character of the neighborhood. So there's no impact. We're not modifying the exterior of the buildings as it is today. So there would be no aesthetic change. In addition to that, if the zoning board may not agree with the previous statements, the hardship to the current owners, we were also here today in regards to this property. We feel that the property as zoned as a commercial office space is unable to rent this commercial office space consistently. The owners of the property are priced competitively and well-maintained. One of the challenges with this area being commercial is it's on a well and septic as opposed to the majority of the other commercial areas, which are on public water and public services. And so that's one of the big areas. One more thing I didn't have on the original application, I can provide it today, is looking at other licensed childcare facilities in Londonderry. There are a number of them that exist already in the C2 district. So I do have a printout if anybody would like that. But there are a number of them that are outside of permitted areas. And again, so adding an additional hardship to the current owner to not be able to utilize this property for similar uses as others are in the C2 district.
Thank you. Board members, does anybody have any questions of the applicant? I think it would be beneficial for everyone, unless everyone has read the letter that the applicant submitted about the plan. I don't know, do you want me to read it? Do you want to read it?
Please read it
Audrey?
into the,
If you could read it or put it up there, I actually didn't bring the letter.
Okay, I'll read it then, that's fine. So this is submitted by Audrey Withy, one of the applicants, to the Londonderry Zoning Board. My name is Audrey Withy, and I will be the owner and director of the new childcare business when I grow up. I have worked as a teacher in the public school system for the past 15 years and have 2 small children. It was a challenge of finding affordable, quality care for our 2 small children that led me to the discovery of a drastic need for more childcare in this area of New Hampshire. I decided I would like to open and operate my own childcare center and use my experience as an educator to create a rich, age-appropriate curriculum for our youngest learners. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in elementary education with a concentration in mathematics, 2007, and a Master's of Education in Curriculum Design and Instruction, 2013. I am dual certified in the state of New Hampshire as an experienced educator in K through 8 elementary education and 5 through 8 middle school mathematics. It is this education combined with my professional experience that will help ensure When I Grow Up LLC is another successful, high-quality childcare serving the Londonderry community. The largest barrier to entry for a childcare business is the licensing regulations. It is very challenging to find a space that is either single-leveled or ground-leveled egress for multiple floors with a square footage of about 5,000 square feet or larger. The layout being amenable to a build-out regarding sink/bathroom requirements, as well as the exterior space needed for a play area. Finally, zoning in most towns does not immediately permit most commercial spaces to be converted or used for childcare without variance approval. The property located at 298 Rockingham Road in Londonderry provided us with the ground-level egress on multiple floors. I'm not quite sure I followed that, but okay. The needed square footage, a layout amenable to a build-out for a childcare, and the exterior play space, a lease rate that helps us keep rates affordable, and an owner who is willing to sign off for the variance approval. This property is also unique in that the location will not impact traffic patterns, impact neighborhood properties, or alter the purpose of the commercial zone in its future development. Indeed, childcare on this corridor provides the commuting families of Londonderry another location for quality childcare that is greatly needed. When I Grew Up, LLC plans to be a childcare program for approximately 80 to 100 children, ages 6 weeks to 12 years. The center will be comprised of 6 classrooms, infants, toddlers 1, toddler 2, preschool, pre-kindergarten, and kindergarten/before and after care. Infants through toddler 2 will occupy the first floor, and preschool age and older will occupy the second floor. At full capacity, our center will employ 14 to 18 individuals in the roles of team leader, associate teacher, and assistant teacher. Our curriculum will have a large focus on STEM-based learning to help foster early interest and success in these high-demand fields in our area. We will be a full-service childcare providing a snack and lunch program with operating hours of 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Additional programs we plan to implement outside of normal operating hours include Halloween trunk or treat, holiday party, Valentine's Day dance, spring drive-in movie night, and monthly parent nights out opportunities. I hope that you, the members of the Londonderry Zoning Board, find the addition of our business to Londonderry to be beneficial to the community and grant the variance approval necessary for me to operate at 298 Rockingham Road. I look forward to answering questions you may have to help you make a decision. Best regards, Audrey Whitty.
Do we have any other letters?
That is it.
Do we have any questions for the applicant?
The building that you're proposing, is that the second building that's on the right, the two-story building?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and is there a, looks like, let me read the sign. Is there like a warehouse terminal in that same property?
No, I don't believe there's a warehouse terminal as part of that.
I was just reading the sign that's,
So
They
it looks like
advertise.
There's a storage area in the rear of the property. There's two buildings in the front of the property. One's a K-9 daycare, and the other is currently a brewery.
Right.
We're looking to utilize.
it looks like the brewery's in that same building. Is that correct?
That is
So will you have separate entrances?
It's a
They are-
replacement. It's a replacement of the brewery.
A replacement of
It'll
the.
be- The building entirely will be used for
Childcare and
childcare.
breweries are not going to go together.
Yeah, I know that.
It might be a
Hey,
new
you know,
business model.
I had
but-
to ask the question. I want to make sure. So is the brewery closing or moving out, and then you guys are available for the entire building?
Correct. We'll be utilizing the entire building.
Okay.
that makes more sense, yeah.
And then you had mentioned the outside as well. Is that space between the buildings, or where located around the building is the outdoor part of?
Yeah, so there'll be an outdoor play area that's currently already sanded in area on the side of the building, between the two buildings.
Okay, between them. Yep. Okay.
This property has been in front of us several times, so I'm not sure that we have all the updated zoning in there, because since I've been sitting on the board, it's been here at least twice.
I agree.
Yeah. No issues, just, they've been here before.
I had questions for Nick, but do we want to go to the applicant first, or does it not matter?
It's whatever you need.
Okay, hey, Nick, do you know why C2 districts don't allow childcare facilities?
I had that same question.
I don't. Normally, I believe they want to keep them away from more industrialized sections called commercially developed sections, or away from professional offices. Dentists, doctors don't want a bunch of screaming kids running around in their property line. So that's why they wouldn't have it in, say, a C1.
Do you know of other childcare facilities that were either approved, because he said there were some that were either approved at the zoning board, I don't remember doing it, but
Right.
could have been before me, or that they're just out there that maybe went
Yeah.
in without?
I don't know. I haven't,
Well, it's not surprising. If they're only allowed in
Right.
one district, then I would think that they're going to, and this property is a unique property. It is not your typical C2
Yeah, it's on a strange.
use.
That
Yeah.
industrial, that's why I was wondering about the trucking.
Right.
For the outside play area as well, I just have a quick question. Do you plan on having, or is there already a fenced-in area? Just because right next door, like you said, is that kind of like dog training center and everything like that?
Yeah. Childcare licensing requires that the play space is fenced in with specific locking mechanisms to protect children, so we'd have to meet those requirements.
Beautiful.
That's a busy street, too.
Yeah, it is
but
busy
they're-
street, yeah.
yeah.
It's got a good, it's a little ways back. There's a huge parking lot and some space before they would ever get to the road, but the fence would be more for, running dogs that I was thinking,
The dogs are
Right
well
across
fenced in too.
Yeah.
Now, the only issue I foresee is there will be traffic going in and out of there, drop-up and pickup times. And if you're going with the flow of traffic, that shouldn't be a problem. But if you're trying to cross that road there, it's a busy road. I don't think it's unmanageable, but it might be difficult at certain times.
I mean, North School right down the road is worse, way worse. Not that it's a reason to do it,
But you're
but,
talking 80 to 100 kids too.
right.
It's a lot of drop-offs.
I had a question, so, and I think it was in the notes you provided, maybe or Nick, mentioned serving the motoring public. Where does that language come from? Like, I was trying to find it when I was looking at the
Comes from the
case.
It's in our zoning.
It's
It's
just-
under C2.
It's
I
under
actually have a
C2.
copy.
Apparently
It's
just didn't
part
look
of
in
the
right
criteria.
place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's section 431.
it's our page 27.
Oh, okay.
Sub-district
I don't know if it's on
uses.
Page 27.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's 431, section B, sub-district uses, commercial 2.
Yeah. And to answer to the traffic, 8,200 kids, some of that's before and after care, which would be bust in and out, to the North School and other schools in Londonderry. So that also cuts some of those students would be picked up at different times and dropped off at different times. So that creates a little bit more.
And as mentioned a minute ago, North School's right there,
Cozy kids.
as well as Cozy Kids, who are both in
On that
C2 districts.
Cozy Kids is also in that C2 district.
Yeah, it's on that
It's in
intersection.
a different C2, it's like a section
okay.
divide between, but it's in a C2 district right down the road,
Yeah.
less than a mile, on that same road.
Any other questions?
Well, I had actually one, this is the one I struggle with these. And I think it's unfair to ask you this question, but, one of the things you need to answer is unnecessary, hardship means owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, no fair and substantial relationship exists between the purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of the provision to the property. And the proposed use is a reasonable one. And I'm trying to figure out how special conditions on the property somehow make it, are of such a way that would allow this type of facility, which isn't usually allowed in the C2. Like, I struggle with it, and I've been on the board now for a while. If I can't get there, like, is there something, I don't know, if you could succeed, I'd be very happy.
So I'm not sure I can succeed. I would start by saying, so if there is concerns about that particular question, B, the way I interpret it, as long as we meet the criteria of A, we satisfy the 5
I'm more
criteria.
interested in A.
But, oh, you're more interested in A in regards to,
He's asking you, what is your hardship, because it's not clear that you have
But the property-
shown the unnecessary hardship.
yeah, so I think as we mentioned, so a lot of the existing C2 districts have public water and public services for things like a brewery that really require that type of service to be part of that. The building itself and its use, without obviously doing major reconstruction or modifying the structure in itself, is a limitation in the C2 district. I think it was brought up earlier that this was originally an industrial district that brought in office spaces. Today, medical facilities and office spaces are moving into multi-story buildings that are geared and dedicated specifically to those uses that are other areas in C2. So for the use of this property, it is a hardship to try to fill the space as a commercial use with a lot of those other aspects going on in surrounding neighborhoods as well, again, as the specifics related to the property service in terms of water and sewer.
Is that an answer?
Good answer.
Okay.
Still don't know quite where I am, but that's good.
Okay, so let me just clarify for you, and especially for everyone here this evening. The C2 district and what is permitted are the following: financial institutions, funeral homes, hotels, manufacturing, light manufacturing up to 250,000 square feet, light manufacturing larger than 25,100 square feet or larger, membership clubs, motels, motor vehicle stations that have limited service, recreation commercial, retail establishments up to 75,000 square feet, retail sales establishments 75,001 square feet or larger, professional office, repair services, research and development laboratories and restaurant, fast food restaurants, service establishments, sexually oriented businesses, storage, self-serve, vehicle sales establishment, warehouses and storage up to 250,000 square feet, warehouses and storage 250,001 square feet or larger, wholesale businesses up to 250,000 square feet, and wholesale businesses 250,001 square feet or larger. What you are coming here for a variance for is to have childcare near any one of these potential businesses on this C2 district. So to answer your question, why C2 and what it does, to keep it clear, those businesses can be right next to the childcare for the variance that you're coming to seek here. So the 5 criteria, and especially the one that Mitch asked you for unnecessary hardship, you must pass the 5 criteria test. If you fail at any one of those, we cannot grant you the variance. So the questions that board members are asking you this evening are very fundamentally part of what we are instructed to do by the variance bylaws here. So the C2 district and the reasons that you gave for the 5 criteria, I just want it for the record that these other businesses in the C2 can be around and surround any variance that we grant, if we grant it tonight. Okay?
So,
And that's why we have C2, for these purposes, to be cohesive with all the others around them.
so even though there isn't one there now, there could be.
It's a C2 district. Just keep that in mind, board members. Does anybody else have any other questions? I do have one. The building that you propose to go into, the old pub, you stated that you're going to have from 6-week-old children to 12 years, 80 to 100 children. Are you going to be taking this building and modifying it to the point that, can it currently house 80 to 100 children?
So with licensing, state licensing and fire regulations, theoretically, based on the square footage, it could house up to 100. But at the end of the day, once the rooms and facilities are built, it will not house up to 100. So it will be closer to the 75, 80 range. But we want to make sure that it's understood the maximum capacity of the building could be up to 100. It's 40, state regulations are 40 square feet per child, and it's just over 4,600 square feet of property space.
And currently, that parking lot, the way that it is today, you go into, you come off of Mammoth Road at a higher rate of speed than normal town speed. Nick, Mammoth Road is considered what type of a road?
It's Rockingham.
It's
Rockingham.
Rockingham Road, rather,
It was a state road.
state road. So, and it's speed limit,
It's 40 in that area.
okay.
It just dropped down about a couple years ago.
Okay. So coming into that entrance, so you have enough parking for that Puckett's Play and Stay for that's the dog daycare and overnight. And then you have parking area for the next building. But you will have 14 to 18 employees. And even at 80 children, dropping off of 80 children during the day, and you start at 6:30 and you're open till 6. So drop-off time early morning, and I'm gonna only give my opinion, having been a mom, if you drop, 7 o'clock must be a very, between 7 and 7:30, heavy drop-off time. And then by 5:20, 5:30, everyone's coming back in. That parking lot and enough to accommodate that kind of traffic, how is, it's so tight in there for all of that traffic.
You have the same traffic for the doggy daycare.
Well, the doggy daycare, but I don't know how many dogs are there, but I'm just looking at the 80 to the 100 children that you've stated.
So to address that, that is in the ordinances in regards to parking. The way it's spelt out right now is 1/7 of the parking spaces per child. So for every 7 child, there's 1 parking and 1 parking space per staff. For us, I think that comes up to a total of 28 approximately parking spaces, plus or minus a few. The doggy daycare already did a site plan 2 years ago or 5 years ago, I guess. And based on that table as well, there were 10 parking spaces required. And there's 53 parking spaces in that parking lot. As laid out in the site plan, not saying the flow of traffic or anything like that, but there's 53 parking spaces that have been approved as part of the site plan for that.
So the public safety and the welfare is one of the criteria that has to be met on 1 and 2. So that kind of business in that corner for this lot is my concern about the safety. And we're talking children, and it's a larger establishment that undertaking that you're coming before the board for. So I question the health and safety of putting such a business in that district with the other possibilities of what's around it and what can be built on the sides and in the back. Okay, so I question that. I don't know if you want to address or make further comments towards that.
The only thing else I would address in regards to that is if you look at the zoning map, the C2 is a very small section in that area. It's very tight, and as we mentioned, the adjoining properties included a number of agricultural properties that are residential agricultural. So there is a couple of sites that could be plot sites for some industrial use, but in general, the majority of the surrounding area is either residential, or actually that's it, it's residential or it's C2. So it's not a compact or a large C2 district. It is quite small if you look at the zoning map in regards to that area, that's immediate surrounding area.
Go ahead.
The other question is, so that's on septic, right? So you're gonna have
Correct.
a lot of children in there.
Correct.
It's gonna be using a lot of facilities.
There is, regulations in regards to that too, with gallons flow for the septic system, and that's part of the process, and making sure we're compliant with that as part of our due process, correct?
Part of your approval process for the daycare.
Okay, I'm going to take it out to the public. Is there anyone in favor of the applicant that would like to speak? I'll let the record show there is no one. Is there anyone in opposition that would like to speak? Okay, let the record also reflect there is no one. Bring it back to the board. Do you have any further questions?
You know, I keep asking poor Nick, questions. Nick, I don't know that you would do this, but was there any sort of look to see if, A, the septic could handle this, or B, that the parking and the road in the area could handle this type of inflow and outflow?
If you grant the variance when they come for the building permit, the fit-up permit, then we look at it then.
I see.
Any others? Okay, we will close it to the public and we'll go into deliberations.
Everybody has their paperwork, right?
Yep.
To-
Do you need to hash anything out with any of the 5 criteria?
I just want to throw out there, a lot of the questions that we were asking them would be addressed at the planning board level. I think that it was enlightening for you to read what was allowed in that area and for the applicants to understand what could potentially come in next to you. There were some interesting ones in that particular list with regard to childcare. I'll leave that where it is. But that's a business decision for you to make if that's the investment that you want to make there, that we could potentially see. And again, they would be allowed there without coming to see us.
And I just want to remind the board that whatever variances are granted, it stays with the property. Okay? And C2 has its structures, and it's laid out for us, and that has to stay in focus, because well beyond if we decide to grant it or not, if it is granted, it stays with it. And then,
Well, it may or may not make
it
sense.
may not make sense, and it may
or
not,
may not.
What
right,
makes sense
and,
now might not make sense down the road, pretty much.
So, you know, keeping children in a district that could potentially grow around them with some of those businesses that it just doesn't make sense to have children near them. That may or may not, but it is a possibility, and you cannot overlook that if someone comes in and wants a C2 next to there, they can.
Let me raise, so, you know, because we often, we go through the 5 criteria and we hit them all and they're all okay. This I have, you know, I struggle with each one I have to look at and really think hard about because they're all different. So just, you know, thinking about the first criteria, not contrary to the public interest, the usual analysis is it will not alter the character of the neighborhood, right? This is a C2 district.
That's correct.
The neighborhood is one other business, or is the neighborhood all C2 districts, or is the neighborhood what C2 districts ought to be? You know, I start to have,
It's that neighborhood.
it's that,
Specific
It's
neighborhood.
C2, yeah,
Okay.
it's
No, no,
C,
it's that.
it's that,
It's what it's around
You introduced.
in this
It's what it
specific
is.
area.
Right,
Okay, that
which
makes
is
sense.
just the one other business
Right.
at the moment.
okay,
right.
okay, and that makes
Okay.
sense, but it's, you can see that you look at it a little differently when you understand what could be in a C2, which is a
Well, we're
different
not-
neighborhood, or this neighborhood, but that's fair.
Well, we can't say what could be in a C2.
Right.
We know what is only allowed in a C2, and that's what we focus on
Correct.
by our variance guidelines. That's it. We can't go beyond that. Okay, so that's why they're here for that variance. So I just want everybody to have a clear focus on our job is to focus on our variance, the request for a variance and our variance guidelines. Okay? I do,
I'm just going to make a general comment. I think this property makes sense, actually, as a childcare, as it currently exists.
I agree.
I think we do have limited areas where they can put a childcare. My concerns, I'm feeling would be either flushed out at the planning board level or at the licensing level by the state. Parking is a little, they're going to have to revamp that whole area. And the only real concern I have is getting onto Rockingham Road. That is carrying.
Especially in the morning traffic.
But the speed limit did just drop there recently. It was 50, and it is 40. I don't know if everybody knows that, but
I don't even think nobody abides by it. It's still such a fast road.
yeah.
It really is, to get in and out. I mean,
That's a tough
I went to
road.
the pub once and I was like, wow, to get out of here, you can't, you know, it's pretty bad. So just, you know, keep the whole property in focus as to what the variance is asking of us. Okay? Are we ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Okay?
Okay, go to the reading. Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because.
So we are on the character of the neighborhood for this particular.
Yes. I would say, based on our conversation, it would not alter the character of the neighborhood.
I agree.
It would not.
I agree.
I say it will.
Irene?
I agree
Which way?
with
Well,
all of those.
Okay, it's not altering.
Okay.
So we're just saying it, I'd say we just,
So-
it doesn't alter the character of the neighborhood. Of
So
the
we
small
have
neighborhood.
does not alter, does not alter, does not alter, does not alter. Dave,
Can't vote.
does or does not?
You can't vote on
No, he can't vote, but he
But I
should
can-
have,
yeah, I can
at least
give
for the
an
record,
opinion.
he should.
I would say does not.
Okay, so I say it does. All right, so the does not have it. The does not have it.
The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because.
I say it would be observed.
I would say would not.
Okay.
And I say that because I feel it, C2 was created for a specific reason, and this doesn't fit for me what the guidelines for C2 was, unfortunately. You know, I like the idea, I just,
I believe that it is closely related to some, not all, of the C2 district allowables. Services, retail, drive through half the strip malls in New Hampshire and you'll see a child care center. And those may not be the same C2 district, but I believe that child care can exist side by side with a lot of those businesses happily. And with this specific property, which I know we're not quite there yet, even if they did develop around it, it does seem that it would still fit the character of the neighborhood.
I agree with Mitch.
Suzanne?
I also agree with Mitch. I think we have an issue there with getting access onto that road. With the speed limit and the amount of volume of cars going in and out of there, I think that we are going to have an issue.
I agree.
I agree, we have an issue also.
Do we stop there?
Nope, you got to keep going.
Okay.
Are you writing in pencil again?
Oh, never miss it. Where's my pen? I love pencils, thank you.
Glad you're here for that.
I heard it.
She's good. Keeps me honest. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because.
I think the loss to the individual is greater than what would be gained by the public.
I agree with you.
I agree with
agree.
that.
I agree.
I think I'm leaning on this thing.
I think it was yours.
For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished. I would say would not.
I would
don't see
agree.
anything.
Well, we didn't have any
There's nothing to
other
diminish.
presented, but I agree. I don't see that it would
Yeah.
have an
I agree.
effect on the values.
I agree. But not.
Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property.
I believe that this property is specific in that it is not your average C2, I would say. The actual property is set up more like retail, more like a few other districts that would likely be able to support a child care center just fine.
I don't see that the property is unique and different in a way that only placing a child care facility, so granting the variance for this purpose is needed. Like, it's not unique in such a way that the only thing that can go here, as we've seen, is a child care facility. They've had something already in there that is not. So there's nothing, to me, in reading what the uniqueness is that argues that we need to grant this because of the uniqueness of the property.
Well, I don't know that it's only a child care center could go there. I don't think that there's a property
It's-
on.
Right, so Mitch is saying there is no uniqueness.
There's no uniqueness that argues that we have to have a child care
And
facility.
it needs
Well, I
to
don't think
change.
that that's the criteria. I
Right.
think
Well,
that,
I'd like to hear your view of that.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I don't think that it's a question of what can you put in there. So
Correct.
is the,
hardship.
This C2 property is different than what we historically see in town, what
Correct.
C2 properties look like. I do think it is different. And I think that absent Rockingham Road, I think it would be a great place for a daycare center. If there was a traffic light there, I might feel differently. So I think I'll go with it, it's unique.
So you'll say would not as opposed to.
Yeah, it is, yeah, is not, is what we say to allow it.
And I would say
I understand.
the other. So, so is against it and is not is in favor. This one is
Correct.
always the fun.
And I would say
It's-
is not.
And I say is.
It's the relationship between the
Correct.
general public purpose of the ordinance and the application for this particular property.
Irene
I say is.
is, okay. 2 to 3.
I'm going to say what I'm writing here because it's without a consensus. I said something, there is nothing unique about this property that requires the granting of the variance. That's the best way I can put it.
As presented by the applicant. It's the applicant's proof of burden to state their case for hardship, unnecessary hardship.
Would we say the proposed use is or is not a reasonable one?
I would say it is reasonable.
Mitch?
I would say childcare facility
Yeah.
is reasonable.
In that area. In the
I say
C2.
is not.
In the C2, I would say.
It's a C2, it is not reasonable.
I say it's not also.
It is or is not.
It's a tough one. I would say, again, it's difficult for me to say it's reasonable because I have an issue with the safety factor. So I guess I'm going to have to say it is not a reasonable use. You're going to have to go to B because A wasn't established. So.
Never really get to be very
No, we
often.
don't.
If the criteria in subparagraph A are not established, an unnecessary hardship will be deemed to exist if and only if, owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, it can or cannot be reasonably used in strict conformance with the ordinance, and a variance is therefore necessary to enable a reasonable use of it.
Well, there are other reasonable uses for the property.
So B kicks in, there are other reasonable uses for that property.
Yes.
Right.
And there has been.
I do agree with that, yes.
I'd like to have comments. Well, we could have comments. I don't know if we do, but
No, we don't.
No. And do I have a motion? Suzanne, would you like to put this one in motion?
I would like to make a motion on case number 122122-2, a request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.1.2, which is seeking to allow the use of a group childcare facility in the C2 zone, which would otherwise be prohibited at 298 Rockingham Road, Building J, map 17, lot 24, zone C2, Remy Fortin Realty Company owner and Audrey and Jason Whitty. And when I grew up, the applicants, that the motion for the variance be denied for failure to meet the 5 criteria.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
oh, you could. You have to bring everyone to vote in favor. I think you did.
You did. He's good.
So for case number 12/21/2022-2, the request for a variance has been denied.
Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
On A, not on.
Yeah, it's okay. if you could- that's what I was trying to
Ready for this next one?
All right. Case number 2022-3, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.3.3.A.2 to encroach 14 feet into the 40-foot front setback for the construction of a shed at 254 Nashua Road, map 3, lot 136, zoned C3. Bean Counters Financial Services, owner and Daniel J. Joe. I'll let the applicant come on up and do that one. Thank you.
My name is Dan Joswack.
There you go.
And your
This is-
address, please?
Business address is 254 Nashua Road.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
This is a request for 3 variances for the installation of a shed.
So we have to take each variance separately,
Okay,
okay? And we have to address them and vote and go through the 5 points of law for all 3. So we're going to start with the first one.
okay, all right.
So that's the front setback.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
this is for,
Front setback. We'll do
right,
that
for
one,
the
yeah.
front setback. So for item number 1, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. A 12 by 16 shed would be placed on a concrete slab at the end of the parking lot, opposite end of the parking lot from Parmenter Road. The proposed shed would have no impact to the health, safety, or welfare of the public. As a result, the addition of this shed will not be contrary to the public interest. Item 2, the spirit of the ordinance is observed. While a portion of the proposed shed will encroach on the green area, no trees will be removed from the shed for the shed installation, and the green area will not otherwise be affected. Although the shed would fall outside of the front and side building setbacks, the existing parking lot already extends beyond those boundaries, and the proposed shed would be placed at the end of the parking lot. The health, safety, and welfare of the public would not be impacted. As to item 3, substantial justice is done. I maintain the property, keeping the lawn fertilized and cut in the warm months and clearing snow from the parking lot in the cold months. The shed is required to provide cover for the tools and tractor used to maintain the property, as well as to place a place to store fertilizer, ice melt, and other needed supplies. The loss that would be incurred from the lack of protection would not be outweighed by the public interest, since the shed would pose no impact to the public interest. As to item number 4, the values of surrounding properties are not diminished. The shed will be attractive and conform to the general colors of the office building. In addition, the location of the shed will be obscured by the surrounding trees and will fulfill its function without diminishing the values of the surrounding properties. As to number 5, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. For item A, the uniqueness of this property leaves only one area to place a shed, and that is located at the end of the parking lot as indicated in the attached drawing. The proposed position of the shed would make it hardly noticeable. The shed will be attractive and will conform to the general colors of the office building. Because the shed is a common means of storing equipment for both residential and commercial properties, the general public purposes would not be impacted by granting relief from the ordinance. As to item A2, the proposed use is a reasonable one. Equipment and material used to maintain the property need to be kept under cover to prevent deterioration from the elements. The shed is a common solution for accomplishing this, and the proposed use is a reasonable one.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions of the applicant?
Where in the parking lot would the shed be located?
If we could have the drawing up there.
It's
I
pretty
have,
light.
right there. So the parking lot, Parmenter Road is the entrance for the parking lot for the building. And that, the yellow line there that follows the setback, if you go up a little bit further, the parking lot ends a little bit further. There's 3 spaces at the very end of the parking lot, yes, and that's where the shed would be placed, right there.
In the 3 parking lot spaces?
Yes, that's correct.
Any other questions?
So I'm sorry, why is there no other place available on the property?
Well, the property is a little bit weird. It's kind of a
Yeah, I'm familiar.
triangle, in there, and it's built at the low end of, of a long hill. So the sides of the property, like right around the building, all slope down into drainage areas. And the same for the front. The front kind of slopes down. You can see, well, it's a little bit hard to read, but basically, they've got, where the septic field is, everything slopes down to the road there for drainage. And there's a little turnaround there, just to the left of the 3-space parking lot. That also slopes down to that area, just as soon as you get off the parking lot. There's 1 space to the right of the 3-space area, but there's a 1,000-gallon propane tank there, and that's the only other level space that's there.
So there's no room in the back of that building?
No, the back is all wooded, and there's actually kind of like a moat around the back to support the drainage for the building. So,
Thank you.
and there's no access, basically.
And to the left of the building where the well is that the problem there, or is there something else?
Yeah,
on the
no,
left
the
side?
well, and then the slope of that, again, it slopes down to a wet area, for there.
So how many parking spaces total in that parking?
There are I believe there are 14 parking spaces total.
That's counting 3? That's
Counting
the 3 that you
those
will be
3,
using?
yes, that's correct.
So we'll bring it down to 11. How many is required?
It's primarily my daughters and I that are using it, so, probably 3 or 4 parking spaces that we use, and if we have any customers come, they might use 1 or 2, so.
What do you have for customers during your business hour?
Normally? Yeah, normally there's no customers. Normally it's just my daughters and I that are there working at the building.
Okay, because you provide a service.
Yes, exactly.
Off
Yeah, we're both
location?
service business, exactly.
They count beans there.
Thank you. For the record.
Does the building, or does anything encroach into the front setback already? If you didn't do this, would you be encroaching into the front setback?
So the parking lot encroaches the front setback, but there's no, the building does not.
Any other questions?
Just kind of like looking ahead, and I know that we're not looking at the next 2 cases for you yet. I see that you're also requesting, obviously, to encroach into the side because it's completely
But we
out of-
can't talk about that yet.
can talk-
We have
can
to
talk
just
about
stay
that
on this
one.
variance
Gets
first.
to that one.
Sure.
I'm just saying,
don't sound sure.
We didn't see that yet.
you have to only stick to this first variance.
Okay.
The applicant you do understand that you're coming for the 3 variances, and each one is, in its own right, subject to approval or denial.
Yes.
Okay, so that's how we have to handle it.
Okay.
And what was the size of the shed again?
It'll be 12 by 16.
By 16, and the height?
I don't know a height yet. This is coming from Reed's Ferry Shed.
Okay,
And there are 2, they're all single-story
it's just a single story, okay.
Here's a picture.
sheds. I do have 2
Yeah.
pictures that I
doesn't even
included
have to
in there
travel
that have-
far.
are
Page
candidate
29.
sheds. Yep.
Yes, so single story, that's what
Yeah,
I was
right up
getting.
there.
No, just up the street.
Rephrasing my question just slightly. When we look at other possible locations for the shed, is there a reason that it is at Is there a reason that it is not closer to the street?
So
Why would you want to close the street?
Right now,
on the opposite end toward Parmenter, you mean?
no, actually towards 102.
Oh, towards 102.
Because right now I see that you do currently need 3 different variances for 3 different reasons. But
Right.
if it were slightly closer to the street, we may need more front setback, but not 3 variances.
Yes.
That track?
Yes, no, yep, I understand. And the primary reason is, again, just because of the way the land is contoured there, it's all flowing down to that. So
Okay.
it is unique. They must have brought in a lot of fill to be able to make this whole thing work.
Okay,
So-
thank you. I appreciate it.
I had one question, it might be just a trick of the drawing, but it looks like the shed would be over that little basin area, like it looks like it needs support. Am I missing something? Is it just the drawing didn't quite work to scale?
No,
The corner on
yep.
there just sort of needs something.
So I don't know, I'm not sure what that, those squiggly lines are on there, what they're intended to show, but about the property line, there's a stone wall that runs the length of the property line there on that angle. And so that's all level ground there, really from just about the tip of the 3-space parking space around that corner to the first space of parking spaces facing the building. That's all fairly level there. In that area there is where the propane tank is. It's an underground 1,000-gallon propane tank. But that's all fairly level there, up to the rock wall. And then beyond the rock wall, then it flows down.
Got it. Okay.
Any other questions? I'd like to take it out to the public. Is there anyone in favor of the applicants? Let the record show there is no one. Is there anyone in opposition? Okay, let the record show there is nothing, nobody. Any more questions?
I do actually have one last question. It
Yes,
looks like
please.
there's some sort of car tent or shed sort of structure in just Google Earth
Yes.
that is already existent in that position. Is that just a temporary structure that you'd be replacing with this one?
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Understood.
Yeah, that's one of those portable.
Yep, okay.
I don't know if we went through, was there previous zoning and do we have any letters?
There is one, interesting, right? Says no previous zoning.
Okay, interesting. Doesn't feel like the place would get a letter about, but you never know. You could take a ride over there and see that as a structure. Okay.
Got none, okay. All right. Without any further questions, I'll close it to the public. Okay, do we have to hash anything out? No.
I'm okay.
We're good? Okay, let's go into the 5 points.
I found my pen. So granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because?
I would say would not.
Agree.
I would agree.
Agree. I'm going to alter the character of the neighborhood by putting a shed in the proposed location.
The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because?
I would say would.
Would
Would.
does not alter the character of the neighborhood, and there is no. On health, safety, and welfare. No health, yeah, no health or safety concerns.
Everybody agreed with that, correct?
Yes.
Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because,
I would say would.
I would agree,
Would.
Agree.
the gain to the applicant outweighs any gain to the public.
It's actually the other way around. The applicant's loss would be greater than any gain to the public, but
It works
That was
both
good.
ways.
You're almost there. Mitch.
Yeah, that's good though. It works out about the same.
well, it's statutory language. So I'm trying to go with what it is.
Or you lawyers.
Ah,
Okay. For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding property would or would not be diminished. I would say would not. There's
Would not?
certainly no
Yeah.
evidence.
We all agree.
mhm.
That's usually me.
Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or there is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of the provision to the property.
I think this property is very unique. I would say that because of the uniqueness of the terrain and the location of the setbacks, there really isn't another location for this shed.
It's not. There is no relationship between.
I agree.
And it's corner lot,
Triangle corner lot too.
a very unique corner lot.
Proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because
Sheds are reasonable. It is.
any comments or restrictions, including any time frame condition?
I would like to put in the conditions no larger than 12-foot by 16-foot shed.
Everybody in agreement for that?
Yep, that's what he's asking for.
Yep. I don't think they could fit a bigger one if they wanted to.
You never know.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to grant the variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 3.3.3.8.1 to encroach 14 feet into the 40-foot front setback for the construction of a shed at 254 Nashua Road, map 3, lot 136, zone C3, Bean Counters Financial Services, owner and Daniel Wozniak, applicant.
What's your motion?
She moved to
Two.
grant. She said it.
To grant?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Hold on, we've got to, with the restriction that it's no larger than 12 by 16. Irene, can you just add that to your restriction that it be no larger?
Yes, and the restriction is that the shed be no larger than 12 by 16 feet.
And do I have a second?
Yep, I'll
Mitch.
second it.
Mitch, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? All right, 2 more to go.
So with regard to the side setback, for item 1, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The 12 by 16 shed would be placed on a concrete slab at the end of the parking lot, opposite end of the parking lot from Parmenter Road. The proposed shed would have no impact to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. As a result, the addition of this shed will not be contrary to the public interest. For item 2, the spirit of the ordinance is observed. While a portion of the proposed shed will encroach on the green area, no trees will be removed for the shed installation, and the green area will not otherwise be affected. Although the shed would fall outside of the front and side building setbacks, the existing parking lot already extends beyond those boundaries, and the proposed shed would be placed at the end of the parking lot. The health, safety, and welfare of the public would not be impacted. As to number 3, substantial justice is done. I maintain the property, keeping the lawn fertilized and cut in the warm months and clearing snow from the parking lot in the cold months. A shed is required to provide cover for the tools and tractor used to maintain the property, as well as a place to store fertilizer, ice melt, and other needed supplies. The loss that would be incurred from a lack of protection would not be outweighed by the public interest, since the shed would pose no impact to the public interest. As to item number 4, the values of surrounding properties are not diminished. The shed will be attractive and conform to the general colors of the office building. In addition, the location of the shed will be obscured by surrounding trees and will fulfill its function without diminishing the values of the surrounding properties. As to number 5, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. The uniqueness of this property leaves only one area to place a shed, and that is located at the end of the parking lot as indicated in the attached drawing. The proposed position of the shed would make it hardly noticeable. The shed will be attractive and will conform to the general colors of the office building. Because a shed is a common means of storing equipment for both residential and commercial properties, the general public purposes would not be impacted by granting relief from the ordinance. So item 2, the proposed use is a reasonable one. Equipment and material used to maintain the property need to be kept under cover to prevent deterioration from the elements. The shed is a common solution for accomplishing this, and the proposed use is a reasonable one.
Does the board have any questions of the applicant? Okay, take it out to the audience. Is there anyone in favor that would like to speak on behalf of the applicant? Let the record show there are none. Do we have anyone in opposition? Let the record show there is no opposition. I'm going to bring it back to the board for any questions to the applicant.
So is this an additional shed?
No.
No, it's the same. It's the same,
Oh, okay.
it's the
Just wanted to make sure we
same,
clarify.
3 variances for the one shed.
for that one shed.
Yeah, okay. I'm good.
Okay.
You think
Just
they
wanted to
can
make
fit
sure.
another shed on that property?
No, we were squeezing another one in somewhere, but.
All right, since we have no questions from the board, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing. Do we need to hash anything out, or can we go into the 5 points?
Let's go.
Do it.
Okay, we're ready.
Yep. Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because?
And you can, if the answers are the same as his first,
Yep.
okay,
I
there
would
we
say
go.
Would not for the same reasons.
Agreed.
Would not,
The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because?
Would, same answer as last time.
would,
Agreed.
all agreed.
Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because?
Would.
Would,
As last time.
I agree.
same,
Same reasons.
same reasons.
I'll have to finish writing after we're done.
Yeah.
For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
I would say would not.
Would not,
I agree. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property.
Say there is not.
Agreed.
agreed,
Agreed.
And the proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because.
is, sheds are reasonable,
Okay, and then comments, restrictions, including any time frame condition.
shed not to be any larger than 12 feet by 16 feet. Do I have a motion?
I will make a motion to grant the request for a variance from LZO 4.3.3.8.2 to encroach 20 feet into the 30-foot side setback for the construction of a shed at 254 Nashua Road, map 3, lot 136, zone Z3, Bean Counters Financial Services, owner, and Daniel J. Joswiak, applicant, with the condition that the shed be no larger than 12 by 16 feet.
Do I have a second?
Thank you, Chris. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Ready for him to go on that, Jim?
Let it go.
Okay. So with respect to the encroachment on the green area, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. A 12 by 16 shed would be placed on a concrete slab at the end of the parking lot, opposite end of the parking lot from Parmenter Road. Proposed shed would have no impact to the health, safety, or welfare of the public. As a result, the addition of this shed will not be contrary to the public interest. As to item 2, the spirit of the ordinance is observed. While a portion of the proposed shed will encroach on the green area, no trees will be removed for the shed installation, and the green area will not otherwise be affected. Although the shed would fall outside of the front and side building setbacks, the existing parking lot already extends beyond those boundaries, and the proposed shed would be placed at the end of the parking lot. The health, safety, and welfare to the public would not be impacted. As to number 3, substantial justice is done. I maintain the property, keeping the lawn fertilized and cut in the warm months and clearing snow from the parking lot in the cold months. A shed is required to provide cover for the tools and tractor used to maintain the property, as well as a place to store fertilizer, ice melt, and other needed supplies. The loss that would be incurred from a lack of protection would not be outweighed by the public interest, since the shed would pose no impact to the public interest. As to number 4, the values of surrounding properties are not diminished. The shed will be attractive and conform to the general colors of the office building. In addition, the location of the shed will be obscured by the surrounding trees and will fulfill its function without diminishing the values of the surrounding properties. As to number 5, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. The uniqueness of this property leaves only one area to place a shed, and that is located at the end of the parking lot as indicated in the attached drawing. The proposed position of the shed would make it hardly noticeable. The shed will be attractive and will conform to the general colors of the office building. Because a shed is a common means of storing equipment for both residential and commercial properties, the general public purposes would not be impacted by granting relief from the ordinance. As to number 2, the proposed use is a reasonable one. Equipment and material used to maintain the property need to be kept under cover to prevent deterioration from the elements. The shed is a common solution for accomplishing this, and the proposed use is a reasonable one.
Any questions of the applicant? Okay, I'm going to take it out to the audience. Is there anyone in favor that would like to speak on behalf of the applicant? Let the record show there are none. Anyone in opposition? Let the record show there are no opposition. Bring it back to the board one more time. We're good. I'm going to close the public portion. We all set to go into the 5 points, or do I need to deliberate on anything? We're good? Okay, let's go.
All right, I didn't quite finish my writing, but we'll go. Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because?
I'd say would not.
Would not.
I agree. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because?
I would say it would.
Would. For the reasons as previously stated.
Okay. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because?
I'd say it would.
It would for the previous reasons as stated.
For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not, as previously stated.
Okay. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in an unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property.
Is not. For the stated reason.
Okay.
Is not
Is not,
as previously stated.
The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because,
It is reasonable.
it is.
Is, as previously stated.
and then comments and restrictions, I assume are the same. No,
Shed not to be any larger than 12 feet by 16 feet. Please.
And thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Yes, I'll like to make a motion to grant a variance from LZO 4.3.3.8.2 to encroach 7.5 feet into the 15-foot green perimeter buffer setback for the construction of a shed at 254 Nashua Road, map 3, lot 136, zone C3, Bean Counters Financial Services owner and Daniel J. Joswiak applicant, with the condition that the shed be no larger than 12 by 16 feet.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Suzanne. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Slow.
You've passed all three, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Have a good evening.
You too. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. It is 8:45. Does anybody need a break?
How many are we in?
I could probably,
We good?
I could use a short break.
I'm good.
You good?
Well, I could use a short break. I don't know that I matter.
Of course. All right. We'll take a 10-minute break.
5 into what, 20?
Yeah, okay. I'll be writing for 5 of those now.
Mitch matters.
You can at least read yours.
You can? I don't know how that works.
Did any of these get moved?
No.
Probably is
More than 10.
This could be a record number.
Hopefully they'll be
Two.
done.
It should be 5, 6, 7, 8.
We're trying. Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
At least 17 more tonight.
He's on at the end.
Sorry.
You're
up next, right?
Yeah, we're
All right. Thank you. This was number 3.
He's at the end. I don't think he's going.
There was a smoke breaker outside.
It's cold.
Yeah, I think I'm not.
So this one is the same. All the same. That's why it looks scary.
I think so.
Yeah, but we gotta go through it.
good rate was me coming to the state, right? Me fixing the mistake, me telling
But there's a mistake. You did a mistake in telling Nick. And Nick telling me. But.
Yeah.
Are you gonna take the credit for catching that mistake?
Deja vu, huh?
Oh, we're running an hour and a half ahead, so. You have our, the PowerPoint that,
Do you,
I spoke with Laura about it today, or tonight. She said
okay. If it's here, then she loaded it on there. That's the first
Oh,
time I
okay.
looked at it.
My filing system.
Oh,
That's not it.
Like a professor.
Trump's
Yeah, like a professor.
Trump's tax.
All the stuff around you. Right.
Would be at the end.
Yeah.
I don't think she was. I think she was, no, she was done with that. And then she went.
It's something that you didn't submit last time?
Yeah, we had it last time.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was just a PowerPoint, had a site plan, I think, on it, or a conceptual plan.
Well, I remember, yeah.
That's not it. Yeah, it would be after the application.
No, no.
Nothing?
Let me
How's
ask,
that score?
yeah, ask her if it's on here.
It's just. Oh, God.
Is that stuff we sent?
Yes. Yep.
He can't find it.
You will be all set. Okay. I'll come over in a minute, Nick. I'll show you.
Okay. This is something new from the last time?
I thought there was more to it.
I know.
Right? That was part of the application. That one is, but I thought we had, yeah, no, we had more than that. Yeah, it wasn't much, but it was like 3 or 4. Yeah, it was like 3 or 4.
Yeah. This is a prohibited use. They say it? No, it's not the square footage. Right, but, so what's the second one? Isn't that the same? Same. I don't understand why we need that one again.
This is, okay, this is, this
Like to call to order the December 21st, 2022 Zoning Board of Adjustment.
Right, we have moved to case number 12/21/22-4, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.13 GB District Services Table to allow a 32,237 square foot. This makes no sense. The use of an automotive repair facility for electric vehicles within a 50,353 square foot building where only 10,000 square feet are allowed by conditional use permit, 36 Industrial Drive, map 28, lot 18-3, zoned Gateway Business GB, Ballinger Properties LLC, and 5N Associates owner, and Scannell Properties is the applicant. There were 2 previous zoning matters on this in 2022. Request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.13 GB district tables to allow a 30,188 square feet, the use of an automotive repair facility for electric vehicles within 46,320 square feet building where only 10,000 square feet are allowed by a conditional use permit, which was granted with conditions. And the second was a request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4-12 use table to allow a vehicle sales establishment in the Gateway Business Zone, which is otherwise prohibited, which was granted with conditions.
You were here last month.
Yes.
And you came to us for 30,188, to allow 30,188 square feet within a 46,320 square foot, and you were before us because it was the square footage that was inaccurately written.
Right, and
Okay.
what it was is that in the body of all our 5 criteria, it was correct as to what we're looking for now. But on the front page, it was an earlier version, and when it got posted with the earlier numbers.
Perfect.
So-
That's exactly my understanding as
Right.
well.
So
Okay.
what ended up happening was it got granted based on the old numbers, and now we're looking to get a new variance with the new numbers.
The new updated numbers.
Yeah, and
Okay.
also, that's one thing, and the other thing is, we'd like to discuss some of the conditions, again, as part of this new.
Just the one condition, right?
Okay, so then my suggestion is, start it with the 5 criteria, and this way, Suzanne was not here for that case, so we'll start at the beginning. Okay?
Okay,
Let's go.
we will go fast.
Okay, and Mitch wasn't here either.
Mitch wasn't here either.
Move this way.
Okay, for the 2 members who weren't here, if you look at the application, there's a 50,000, we're proposing a 50,353 square foot building, and it's going to be broken up into various portions as to what's going on in there. One of the portions, if you look at the breakdown, it shows what percentage and how many square feet are going to be used for each of the uses within the building, one of which is the repair and service facility, which we need the variance for because only 10,000 square feet is allowed in this zone without an conditional use permit, and we have to get the variance before we can go to the planning board to get the conditional use permit. So anyway, the facts supporting the variance are as follows. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The Gateway Business District was established to allow for the development of gateways to the town of Londonderry, centers of commerce and employment centers of the region. These activities are developed in a manner that serves the business interests within the district and conveys a campus atmosphere. The zone seeks to have a wide variety of industrial and supporting commercial development. The proposed development, a service facility for the servicing, maintenance, and repair of electric vehicles with accessory uses as a showroom and warehouse, clearly fits within the goals of supporting the business interests within the Gateway Business District. Over the past 10 years, there's been considerable growth within the electric vehicle industry. That growth will continue to increase with the emphasis that is being placed on alternative sources of clean energy. Vehicles being serviced solely use electricity, no gasoline. They are not a hybrid vehicle. Vehicles don't have internal combustion engines. Thus, the vehicles don't have a fuel tank, use oil, an exhaust system, transmission, or many of the other components that require the storage and use of hazardous materials on site or traditional vehicle ventilation. These vehicles are extremely environmentally sensitive. The service work that will be done there will be standard servicing of these electric vehicles, which will include software updates, tire replacement, tire balancing, alignment, minor body work, topping off of water, and an occasional battery replacement. There's no facility within southern New Hampshire that repairs and services these electric vehicles. As the prevalence of electric vehicles increases, the number of people owning such vehicles and working within the Gateway Business District will also increase. It is clear that the presence of such a facility will serve the interests of people working within the district. Size of the building and the service and repair facility is well within the scope of surrounding buildings. The other buildings on Industrial Drive range from 25,400 square feet light manufacturing plants to the 3,925 square foot Federal Express Distribution Center. The building will be 50,353 square feet with approximately 30,188 square feet used for service and repairs. The nature of the work to be performed requires a service and repair area of that size. They'll have no negative impact on public health, safety, or welfare. The spirit of the ordinance is observed. Again, as I stated before, the Gateway Business District was established to allow for the development of gateways to the town of Londonderry, centers of commerce and employment centers of the region. These activities are to be developed in a manner that serves the business interests within the district and conveys a campus atmosphere. The ordinance emphasizes the desirability of connectivity between the various uses within the district. The presence of a facility to service and repair electric vehicles supports a campus-like atmosphere, and that employees of other businesses within the district who own electric vehicles will be able to have these vehicles serviced, maintained, and repaired at a facility that is within walking distance of their place of employment. This ability to walk falls within the district's goals of transportation management. The ordinance also places an emphasis on environmentally friendly practices. Electric vehicles are obviously more environmentally friendly, and the presence of a facility to service and maintain these vehicles in close proximity to the centers of employment will encourage and facilitate people to switch from vehicles using traditional fuels. Vehicles being serviced solely use electricity and no gasoline. The size of the building is comparative to others within the surrounding area. Not included in my application, but as we discussed last meeting, there also are other businesses within that area which are servicing vehicles. I believe it's the Caterpillar facility has a service component to that, which is in excess of the 10,000 square feet. Substantial justice is done. The development of the subject property will serve the needs of the employees working in the district who presently need to travel to Massachusetts to service their electric vehicles. This not only provides convenience, but also supports an industry that is environmentally friendly, the wave of the future. The location is unique in that it has large numbers of people present, but is situated far from any residential areas. The values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. Surrounding properties are manufacturing facilities, warehouse distribution centers, and the Greater Boston-Manchester Regional Airport. Proposed building is similar in scale to these buildings, with the exception of the Federal Express building, which is across Pentonville Road. The presence of the proposed facility will have no effect on surrounding property values. Literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. There are several limitations to the property which constitute an undue hardship, limiting its use as compared to other properties in the area. Property is located in close proximity to the airport, which makes any type of commercial use difficult. It is a corner lot, which requires that any building on the lot must satisfy setback requirements along both Pentonville Road and Industrial Drive. The property has wetlands along the northwest portion of the property, and a drainage easement is located across the southern portion. Again, the Gateway Business District was established to allow for the development of gateways to the town of Londonderry centers of commerce and employment centers of the region. These activities are to be developed in a manner that serves the business interests and conveys a campus atmosphere. The ordinance emphasizes the desirability of connectivity between the various uses within the district, and the presence of a facility to service and repair electric vehicles supports this campus-like atmosphere. The ordinance also places an emphasis on environmentally friendly practices. Electric vehicles are more environmentally friendly, and the presence of a facility to service and maintain these vehicles in close proximity to centers of employment will encourage and facilitate people to switch from vehicles utilizing traditional fuels. Again, the size of the buildings is within the scope of the surrounding buildings. The proposed use is a reasonable one. The development of the subject property will serve the needs of the employees working in the district who presently need to travel to Massachusetts to service the vehicles. It will also serve the needs of the people located in proximity to this district. This not only provides convenience, also supports an industry that is environmentally friendly and wave of the future. Location is unique in that it has large numbers of people present, but is situated far from any residential areas. The size of the building, the location of the lot, its proximity to the existing infrastructure all make it a reasonable use within the Gateway Business District.
And then can I just add a couple of things as far as the condition and, why we're back to discuss that as well as, there's a few different pieces to it, but when we look at it and, analyze the risk of the site and the building and what's permitted there, the first bucket, I guess, is our tenant's perspective, which, we have a tenant here, which we've discussed is an electric car manufacturer, but, they need to look at it from, the worst case scenario and what flexibility they have in the event that they need to, sublease a portion of the building or just, sublease it in general, which is not the intention, but a worst case scenario. And that limits their flexibility. So that's a risk that they need to assess. And then us as the developer and the eventual owner of the building, we look at the value of the asset and then also our ability to get lending for, and financing for the construction of the building. It's just another risk level that we need to analyze as well. And I get that that's just, specific to ourselves and not really taking into account the surrounding areas or the town. But I think when you pair it with the surrounding areas and the uses that are there, it doesn't seem like it's, an outlier, right? Like the other uses in the area are light industrial. There's, diesel engines being worked on. I think John mentioned the Milton Cat facility has that service maintenance component to it that does involve combustible engines, that have diesel engines and gasoline. So those are the different aspects, I guess, that we're considering when we come back to you to kind of open that back up.
And, actually, we failed to mention the biggest user of fossil fuels, which is the airport. They're certainly using things other than electric vehicles and electrical vehicle components to service and to maintain and run their airplanes. And I Madam Chairman, I don't remember, was that the only condition, though, that no combustible engines be worked on there?
Yes, I just reread.
Oh,
the
okay.
minutes.
Okay, did you?
That was the
Okay.
only one in there.
Okay. Okay, so let's, for the members that were here, and I think you had some concerns, Dave, on
Yes.
that. So would you like to address that with the applicant?
So on the combustible?
Yep.
Yeah, so I think that's part of the reason why the zoning, you're coming here to change the zoning, right? Because that was your original pitch, was that it would not be any combustible and it would all be electric.
That is the intended, our user for the building. That's core value of their business. It's not necessarily that we would want to change that. It's just that limiting that flexibility has, larger effects on things outside of the tenant that we're putting in the building, long-term and short-term with financing and tenants' risk tolerance.
I did have another question that I thought about it later. So the amount of parking spaces, I think it was like
335, I believe.
right. So when I thought about it later, so you have a repair facility and a sales facility that is pretty much not going to be like a
Yeah,
regular sales facility where you have cars on the lot. So I couldn't figure out why you needed so many parking spaces.
Yeah, so the breakdown, it does account for some level of increased demand, but the breakdown is really a combination, I'll pull it up here, but it's a combination of customers, employees, and then also vehicles that have been either purchased or leased. They don't stay on the lot for a long time. It's usually picked up within the same week as the delivery is made. So it's not like there's a bunch of vehicles there that customers are coming and test driving. They have a couple, I believe, 2 to 4 vehicles that you can demo on site. There's 1 to 2 vehicles in the showroom.
Still doesn't account for that many.
And then the combination of the remaining parking is for the fluctuation in deliveries for either leased or purchased vehicles, and then accounting for, increased demand over time.
So,
And then there's also some loaners there, and I mean,
but that
maybe
would
5,
be.
10
that would-
loaners
right.
that,
So when you're talking, the numbers you're talking are not that much. And if you're talking vehicles coming in and out, that means parking spaces are occupied, then they're not. So I still don't get why you need that many parking spaces.
Well, they weren't here for parking, I don't think.
No, I know, but it was part of that.
The
That was part of
concerns. I think it was mostly for like the deliveries was the biggest thing that they wanted it for.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of internet
But it's part of
sales.
the variance.
Yeah.
yeah, and it fluctuates throughout the quarter, so they've said that, towards the end of the quarter, there might be 100 vehicles on site that would be getting picked up, and then at different portions earlier on, there might be 50. So it's a you know, there might be more open spaces at one time compared to another.
And Dave, I think
So
that the
if
planning board.
memory serves me right, your presentation was that vehicles would be ordered. You were not going to be like the standard car dealership. You
Correct.
were pre-ordering for the customers. You weren't going to be housing, because we questioned the parking need. And you made it very clear that that's the business model,
Correct.
is the customer orders their vehicle and you build to order. And then it's shipped there, your customer comes, picks up the vehicle. You may have customers that leave off their vehicle for a repair. It's only electric vehicles. You may have loaners, you clearly stated that. And then you also said that you had test driving ones for people that would come in that wanted to test drive,
Right, which is.
whatever this company was for electric vehicles.
Right,
So it was very clear, even on your last request, that you were going to be an electric vehicle facility.
correct.
And even today, for what you're asking for, only is coming back to us for more square footage, because we had a problem with the listing of the square footage.
Correct.
And what you're asking is, because I want to be very clear about what I'm understanding here, that you want to not only be an electric vehicle facility, but you want to be able to, if in the future, lease and have automotive repair there. Is that what you're asking for?
To remove the condition
Yes,
of not
yes.
being
With-
allowed.
So you
be
want
clear,
to,
though-
you want to be able to do any type of vehicle automotive repair?
Correct, but to be clear, there's no change in who our tenant is or what their use is. It's just,
We don't get into the weeds on that.
Okay.
It's about the variance and what goes with this property.
right,
So what you're asking for is still slightly different right now because on the conditions of what we imposed last month.
Right, 'cause it
Okay.
states here, automotive electric vehicle facility.
which is not changing, right?
They're saying that
Well, we had a condition that there was, because it wasn't the tradition, the presentation was you were not a traditional automotive repair. And the reason why you were coming for such larger square footage is because of the business model. And then you went into that business model, how
Right.
it was so different than
Right. And so
diesel
there-
repair and
So there wouldn't be worry.
and
of-
gasoline repair and all that. It was a whole different business model that you pitched to us.
for the same reason that we put the condition on, that future tenants could potentially move in and service combustible engines, is the same reason.
Well,
that
that's
they
why
want it
we
all.
had that conversation for the conditions.
Right.
Yep.
That's why
Okay.
Are we comfortable with that, or is that in line with the 5 criteria?
Okay, well, so that's why they're back.
Right.
Okay, so, do we have any other
Right,
questions?
yeah.
Go ahead,
So
Suzanne.
I don't understand why you need that much parking. Usually we're the other way around. Usually there's insufficient parking and we're talking about higher. That is a huge number. So I have to look at this and think there's 330 cars parked there because potentially there could be 330 cars parked there. I just don't understand why you have so much parking.
Well,
Why don't you have some green space? Why don't you have something else there?
I think that,
I'm suspicious. It seems
yeah,
odd to
no,
me.
No, and
Seemed very odd to me when I
understand.
thought about
Okay.
I definitely understand, and in all fairness, I think the planning board is gonna have issues with it.
Okay.
But I think it may be just an issue for the planning board to delve
Okay.
into, because it isn't part of the variance.
So
And I
you're
don't think
indicating this electric company is coming in, we don't know who it is, that's fine. Why wouldn't they just take the restriction now, and if moving forward, they're moving out of the electric business and then want to go into the gas repair, come forward at that point and ask for the
Which
variance
is
then?
what the, fallback is, right? It's just,
But why wouldn't they come in, if it never happens, why would? Because you're
Well,
asking us
because
then,
if-
once
if-
we allow this variance, then they can use gas there, anybody can use gas there.
You could leave.
Yeah, you could
And if-
never put your electric company in there, and
Right.
we'll always have auto repair. So I'm just
Yeah.
questioning, just logistically, it makes sense to me. Why, if you don't need it now, why are you asking for it now?
Well, it's really just a worst-case scenario, you know,
That's not answering the question. If your
Well,
intention is to bring this electric, and that's what they're going to do, why would
if
we?
they ever down the road
Then
have
then
something
why
happen to
wouldn't
their
they come
business
forward
where
then?
They need to figure out a different way with their lease where they have to sublease a portion of the building, and it's not a fully.
I understand what you're saying, because you said that to me already. My question is, why wouldn't they in the future make that request when that condition
It's just-
arises?
They don't know when they're signing the lease now.
Okay, well.
If that happens, you know, if you guys would approve that down the road.
It would just be,
A nice
it
thing
would-
to
there would
have.
be a comfort level
It's a
that
comfort level,
won't
but
be if they
again,
have to come back.
we're back here for the square footage, and so we opened up the discussion again. It's not something that we're, you know,
So,
looking to fight for because our use hasn't changed.
okay. And in your 5 points of law, you clearly state again, and I'm going by your presentation, the ordinance also places an emphasis on environmentally friendly practices. Electric vehicles are more environmentally friendly in the presence of a facility to service and maintain these vehicles in close proximity to centers of employment will encourage and facilitate people to switch from vehicles utilizing traditional fuels. The vehicles being serviced solely use electricity and no gasoline. They are not a hybrid vehicle. These vehicles don't have internal. You give the same presentation, but you're asking to remove.
And
You're asking for something
I-
different than you're presenting.
So
wanna
you're presenting,
sidetrack
I
this
just want you
because-
clear, you're presenting the
Same
same
exact thing.
business model
Same
and you're
exact thing.
asking to have conditions removed.
Right, but again, we're opening it up. It's not a deal breaker because our.
But
tenant
your
hasn't
argument
changed.
has, in your presentation, there is no argument for that. I just want you to be aware of what you've presented again.
Yeah,
Okay,
understand.
all right. Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
Question, Nick, when I see, I always ask Nick the question.
Well, Nick is the person that asks questions to.
So, they have to get a conditional use permit in this district if it was 5 to 10,000 square
If
feet.
it's over that, yes.
This is over that, but it doesn't say that. Is that still the requirement?
They need a, before they can go for the conditional use permit, because it's over the 10,000, they need a variance from that condition. And then they'll have to go to the planning board to get a conditional use.
So even though I guess the statute says 5 to 10,000 feet conditional use, doesn't say 10,001 feet over conditional use, do we have to add that as a condition to approving the variance, or is that just, it's assumed that if it's over 10,000, they also need a conditional use
Well,
permit?
They need a conditional use for to have it up to 5 to 10,000. They can't give you a conditional use if it's over 10,000 without the variance. So you're giving them the variance from that restriction. So they get a variance from that, then they can go to the planning board for the conditional use.
So they still
permit.
need, but it's automatic that they need to get it, even if it's
Right.
more than 10,000?
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
Which is why we are back, because the service square footage has increased slightly with the new prototype.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the general public. Is there anyone in favor? Let the record show there is no one. Anyone in opposition? And there was no opposition. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Any more questions?
Do we have any other variance action here, or any letters or anything?
No.
No, okay.
Okay. All right, well, do you have anything else you'd like to add before I close the public hearing?
I'm sorry.
That's okay, I don't want to close it off unless you
no,
have
we're
anything else
done.
you'd like to.
No.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to close the public portion. Do we need to hash anything out before we go into the 5 points of law?
I did have one question. I don't know that this will go the exact same way as last time, so I don't have the sheet from the last time. Is the intent to, if we were to go that way, to use those?
So the way I would look at it, to clearly, they've presented something.
Right.
There's a square footage
Very
typo, so that's why they're here, so we can clean that up.
Well, it is another variance
And
they're asking
it's,
for. another-
and it's
Okay.
it's another variance on that note because of the square footage.
Right.
So that's why they're here.
Right.
Their presentation is for an electric vehicle. Their presentation has not changed, and we have imposed the condition. The only thing we're amending is that square footage.
Right. But what I'm saying is we would do the 5 points of law. We don't have to necessarily, if we find the same way, copy what we did last month or point back to that, or we could. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, do we do our own new, because it's a new variance?
It's a brand new variance. We start over,
Sounds good.
and the presentation today does not,
Override.
today's presentation, the way that it is for electric vehicles, and the argument is made that they are not having any combustibles, and it is just a verbal request. It is not in their presentation, but a verbal request to remove conditions from that previous variance.
If we approve the variance for the additional square footage without writing in the same conditions, does that override the conditions that we wrote on the first variance, or do those continue on without being removed?
Well, that's an interesting question, because logistically, how would that work? So-
Correct, so that's why the conditions would have to be stated again.
Okay. They could potentially override it, so we're just going to.
And that's
if we
why,
want to.
and that's why we have discovery.
Right.
Because if someone's not on the board previously.
Yep.
And we hear a case and we need some refresher as to what that case actually was, we can either ask for the
Well,
records.
I read all the minutes. so I know
Okay,
what-
so you read all the
Do we
minutes,
need,
okay.
like, you almost would argue, do we need to say, and that variance is no longer here, or they could squeeze two buildings on the lot? Of almost the same, I mean, because this really takes the place of the previous variance, if we were to approve it.
Yeah. Well,
Yes, because they're coming back for a different variance.
We just say this takes the place, or is it unnecessary?
Well, we go through the 5 points, and then at the end, if we have any comments or
yeah,
additional,
that's fine.
if we have any conditions, we can state it then.
Okay,
So, are we good to go?
yeah.
I'm good.
All right,
good.
let's go.
All right, granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest.
I got you.
I would say would not.
Agreed.
Agreed?
Agree?
It's in line with the character of the
Neighborhood.
neighborhood.
The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because.
I believe it would.
Wood? There's no safety
Yeah.
or health concerns, or, to the public, right? No health concerns for the public.
Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because.
I believe it would.
Wood?
Their loss would be more greater than.
The applicant.
Then gain to the public.
Okay. For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not?
Additional new building in a developing area in line with the same industry and practices of the gateway. Wouldn't diminish that area.
Okay, and owing to special conditions on the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property.
I would say is not, for the same reason that we had last time, where there are wetlands, it's a corner lot,
Corner lot, yeah.
Yep, it's unique.
specific property.
I agree.
they
Agree.
designed around it.
Agree.
Still don't think it, I would say I disagree, because there's nothing special about that property that requires us to grant a larger building than the property would have. Like, to me, I always look at is the land unique in such a way that you need a larger building, and I don't see it? Or is the property unique in such a way?
The property is unique, being that it is the corner lot with that wetlands that goes to that back of it. So it limits it to what it can and can't put there.
But we're putting a bigger building. The uniqueness of the property, you could put a smaller building that fits the ordinance, right? You could, but we're putting a bigger building, or
So
was the building not limited, but
So we previously approved the building.
right?
It was a typo on our paperwork.
Yeah, but he's entitled to his opinion. If he
Right.
thinks that it doesn't have any unique characteristics, then.
Right.
Well, is the building limited, I mean, I hate to ask this question here, but is the building limited to 10,000 square feet or just this type of service generally?
This
It's-
type of
service.
It's the district.
Right.
So the district allows up to 10,000 square feet
Correct.
allowed for automotive repair.
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
Then I'm okay.
So we allowed it because it was
Correct.
electric.
I'm okay with
I've changed my mind. Okay. All right. So that's a good difference. There is not. Is the proposed use a reasonable one?
Yes.
Yes?
Is the answer electric vehicle repair is a reasonable use, or vehicle repair is a
It's reasonable because it won't, what they're proposing, electric, we're at 10,000 is for automotive repair where you have hazardous fuels and stuff, you wouldn't have that with electric.
Right.
That's why
It's reasonable as it was presented.
yes, exactly.
I'll try to put the reason why it's.
It's reasonable as presented,
Okay, all right, that's fine.
because there's no presentation of any
Right, combustible.
combustible engines. This whole presentation
Which was the
is
intent of the ordinance
against
to limit
combustible
size.
engines.
Okay.
And that's the reason for the larger.
And now the $1 million question.
$1 million question. Comments, restrictions, including any time frame condition.
I would keep the same restriction we had last time because
And
that's the.
go ahead
reason
and
for
state the restriction, Dave.
Restriction is it would only be electric repair and there would be no combustible automotive repair on the property.
So it read last time with the following condition that no combustible engines be serviced at this location.
Serviced, not on the property.
Correct.
'Cause
Right.
They can still drive their personal.
Yeah, they gotta drive their
Yeah,
car
I
there.
guess, yeah,
Hondas
right.
to work and whatever.
Truck, the delivery truck could go there, right, yeah. I'd also like to put a restriction, I don't know if we can, but on the parking.
That's
Can't do
for
it.
planning board.
That's planning, yeah,
All right,
So I have
I
no
guess we keep
combustible
it as
engines
is.
be serviced on the board.
on the property, yep.
Yep.
Does everybody who's voting with that
Yes.
restriction?
I agree. Yep.
Yep,
Yep, I do.
okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to grant a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.13 Gateway Business District Services Table to allow a 32,000,
That's a 50, right?
what is it?
50,000 square foot?
Is it 50?
No, it's 32,000.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
to 37
237.
square foot, the use of an automotive repair facility for electric vehicles within a 50,353 square foot building where only 10,000 square feet are allowed by conditional use permit at 36 Industrial Drive, map 28, lot 18-3, zoned gateway business. Bollinger Properties LLC and 5N Associates owners, and Scannell Properties applicant, with the condition that no combustible engines be serviced on this property.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it won't.
Oh, you're going to keep that?
It won't, because this is the cleanup for what was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Case number 1221, 2022-5, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.12, use table to allow a vehicle sales establishment in the Gateway Business Zone, which is otherwise prohibited. 36 Industrial Drive, map 28, lot 18-3, zone Gateway Business, Ballinger Properties LLC, and 5N Associates owner, and Scannell Properties applicant. Two previous zoning, as previously mentioned, both done in November of 2022. A request for a variance from Londonderry zoning is 4.13 GB district service table to allow 30,188 square feet, the use of an automotive repair facility for electric vehicles within a 46,320 square foot building where only 10,000 square feet are allowed by a conditional use permit was granted with conditions. The second request for variance from Londonderry zoning is 4.12, use table to allow a vehicle sales establishment in the Gateway Business Zone, which is otherwise prohibited, was also granted with conditions.
Madam Chairman, we'll withdraw that, because basically it was just the same issue.
Okay.
Yeah, we could probably save everyone's time there.
This was already approved.
Right, we were.
Yeah, we would just wanted to revisit the conditions again.
Understood.
Okay, all right, so, we have to vote on that. Do I have a motion to? We don't have to vote on that. All right, so noted that case number 1221-22-5 is being
Thank you, guys.
removed. Thank you.
It's late. Yeah. You got a lot more.
Yeah, a few more.
Thank you.
Take care.
Six.
Okay, next case.
Give us a second.
I can get up there.
Let me get out of this.
So this was number 4.
I don't know where the next one is, but.
Okay, we're good. That's 4 and 4.
Yeah.
My life too.
Case number 6. We ready?
Let's do it.
Case number 1221-2022-6 is a request for a special exception for a home occupation pursuant to Londonderry zoning ordinance 5.12 for a special performance, strength, coordination, work, and fitness center, 2 Hampshire Lane, map 6, lot 99-100, zone AR1. Benjamin Brownserberger, owner, and Casey Accrete, applicant. There's no previous zoning. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
And
evening.
please state your name and address for the record.
Ben Brownsberger, 2 Hampshire Lane, Londonderry, New Hampshire. I can make this the quickest one of the night.
Only if you read really fast.
I'm going to withdraw.
You withdraw?
I withdraw.
Oh, you withdrew.
My house is for sale, and I moved my office out 3 weeks ago. It was a temporary thing, and I have a neighbor 2 blocks down who basically couldn't be a good neighbor and come and see what was going on while I was renovating my house so I could sell it. And he complained to Nick and Norma repeatedly about what was going on there, so I had to file an application.
So we withdraw. Case number 12.
I'd really like to know who the guy was so I could send him the appropriate Christmas card. It would be Cole. He's on the naughty list.
Well, case was officially withdrawn. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much, and I appreciate the parliamentary procedure.
You got it.
It should be time at the beginning for people to withdraw
Yes.
cases.
Okay.
You just sat there.
2.5 hours.
Nice man.
Calendars, this one. Benjamin. Okay. Sorry, maps.
Yeah.
Okay. You ready?
Let's,
Next.
Okay, case 12/21/2022-7 is a request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.3.3.a to encroach 24.9 feet into the 30-foot side setback, tennis courts, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-4, zone C2 and industrial 2. City of Manchester's Benton Family Trust is the owners and Michael Benton is the applicant. Oh, previous zoning. Bear with me. 1987 was a variance to construct a health club, leaving 0 setback from the property line, which was granted with restrictions. 1987, variance to construct a health club, which will be 30 feet from a property line, granted with restrictions. 1996, a variance to maintain existing signs, which was granted. 2000 even, variance to allow a green area to be approximately 9 feet where a minimum of 20 feet is required when abutting a public right-of-way in an industrial zone, and allow a green area to be approximately 9 feet where a minimum of 30 feet is required when abutting a public right-of-way in a commercial zone was granted as presented. 2002, variance to allow 216 square feet of wall sign where only 50 feet is allowed was granted. You guys settling in? Okay.
All right. Well, I'll start off for the record. My name is Tom Burns. I'm a senior project manager with TF Moran. With me this evening is Mike Benton, the applicant with Benton Family Trust, representing the Executive Health and Sports Center. So as you've seen on your agenda, the remaining 14 items are variance applications related to this site. And I'll go through them. I know we have to vote on them all and go through the criteria individually for each of them. You're going to find that I'll go through the criteria is going to largely be the same for every one of them, and the explanation for it is going to be the same. So I'll start off kind of with an explanation of what's going on. As you read into the record, this site has been in existence for a number of decades, has been home to the Executive Health and Sports Center, and the lots that they occupy at this time are leased lots that are part of the larger subject parcels, 2810-0 and 2814-0. These lots are owned by the City of Manchester and the Manchester the Airport Authority. And the Airport Authority many years ago leased these lots with the intent of supporting the health center on these properties. And it's come to the point that the airport's looking to sell these properties. They've coordinated with the FAA on an agreement that they're looking to divest themselves of these properties and have the applicant purchase the lots. So the leases would be dissolved and the lots would become formal lots of record. So in order to facilitate that sale, as part of the agreement with the airport and with the City of Manchester, they have to go and seek subdivision approval to get the lease lots made into formal lots of record that they then can convey. In doing so, in order to do that, when you create these as formal lots, now you're taking them out of the parent lot, it's creating these variance requirements because of the layout of the lot lines through the lots around when you're formalizing the existing lease lots into the subject lots themselves. There's no development proposed with this. All of this is existing conditions that are on the ground, and there's no changes to any of that, no changes to what's been there for quite a few years now. It's just that the impacts to things like setbacks and the coverage are created by the formalization of these lots through the subdivision process. The applicant has, we've come in for design review through planning, and we're scheduled to go before the planning board on January 4th. And part of the pace of this is because of the agreement that the airport has with the FAA, that this has to be finalized to the FAA's satisfaction by February 9th? February 7th. So what we're looking to do is go through zoning, and then we'll be into planning next month. And once we've gone through the planning board process, the FAA will bless the purchase and sales agreement so that the airport can finalize this. So that's kind of an overview of this. Again, there's no changes involved with any of this, but again, by formalizing these lot lines from where the lease lots were, we now have these variances that need to be addressed.
So before you start your presentation, is it that there will be formal lots created? So should the executive not be there anymore, there'll be how many lots created?
So what we're doing is it's creating 2 lots.
2 lots?
Yeah, so there's the lot that's shown around the tennis courts and then the lot shown around the health club.
In essence, we're actually solving a lot of problems that the town has had and that the city of Manchester has had, because it all exists in one lot today. And there are 7 lease lots that we're now joining as one lot, which is the primary lot where the executive sits, and a non-conforming lot where the tennis court sits. But there's been 0 changes, and we're proposing 0 changes to these lots. We're asking for these approvals as they were previously approved by the town. So everything that is on those lots has been previously approved by the town in past presentations.
Correct.
But they're approved as one lot.
We're just looking to bring it all together into 2 lots.
Do you also have to go to the city of Manchester?
We already
You already
have,
did, okay.
and we have the Mayor of Alderman approval to move forward.
Is this on the town line?
No.
No, the city of Manchester, because they're the parent owner of the Manchester Airport, so the Airport Authority, they actually are the owner of the land. So it goes through the airport, but it's technically the city of Manchester.
So it's
It's Manchester
Londonderry
Airport
land,
Authority.
but the airport is owned by Manchester.
Right.
It's a little, that whole airport's a little confusing.
And this is, and for the record, these are the only lots the airport's looking to, you're not gonna see a flurry of lots coming in. This is the airport, this is the only thing that they're looking to square away and transfer these lots out of their ownership. So, with that being said, if you want, I can start into the variances. I can go to the first one.
Yep. Yes, please.
Just so I'm clear as well on one thing, if everything is staying as is and we didn't approve something, would they be required to then tear that thing down if it was out of zoning
They
compliance?
can't buy the lot unless the variance is granted. It makes it a separate standing lot so they can buy it.
Okay.
Right, the issue, again, so the issue is, I think we have 14 of them in front of us, and it's kind of, if any one of them,
This is what I do.
it's.
That,
right, they
that's
all
why
have to-
I
basically,
just.
they all have to work.
That's
in
why
order
I
to make
wanted
this.
clarity before we start.
Yep.
How this is all gonna roll out.
Yeah, they basically
Okay.
all have to work, and they're all being created again by this subdivision application is created.
Okay.
These 14 cases, so.
Let me ask one of the general question. So we hear a deadline of the 7th of February. What happens on February 8th if it doesn't happen?
So the,
It becomes very problematic. This process has been taking almost about a year to go through to get the initial approvals from the FAA. And it's now sending it back, and it would cause a tremendous hardship. And they may have to now do a new reappraisal. There's just a tremendous amount riding on this process to go ahead and execute the purchase and sales agreement. We were actually told, we came earlier on and applied in April for this process, and we were told, well, those lots exist, there's no need to come before the zoning board. But it was just a misunderstanding. The lots were lease lots, not subdivided lots. And so to actually execute against the purchase and sale, we needed to convert them from lease lots to subdivided lots, and that's all we're here for. No further
You're
changes.
just going to make it with your 30-day appeal, so, period.
Yeah, we just make the 3-day appeal, exactly.
I mean, assuming everybody.
Okay. All right, let's start.
So we have to go through 70 points of law.
Gotta start somewhere.
Okay.
This is,
He doesn't have to read every word if he gets the gist of
if
the
he gets the
argument
gist
into
of
the
each
record.
argument.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's
and
an
I'm,
intelligent man.
and I'm not sure
fast,
what
too.
the best way to do this. Again, you're
Well,
gonna
run the
see on the
first one.
applications.
Run the
cri-
first one,
The
and
criteria is
then-
gonna basically be the same for every one of them, but,
Run the first one, and then we can take it on the second.
okay.
So
So the first application is a variance request from section 4.33A of the ordinance for the following reasons. As part of the creation of a recognized lot of record from the limits of the lease area around the Executive Health and Sports Center tennis courts, an encroachment of up to 24.9 feet into the 30-foot side yard structure setback is proposed, leaving a minimum of 5.1-foot setback to the existing tennis courts and building. The facts supporting this request are as follows. Number one, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The request is for the conversion of an existing lease lot from the City of Manchester to a formal lot of record in order to allow for the sale of the lot to the lessee. All of the physical features on the site exist per the approved 2012 site plan. The site will continue to function and operate in the same manner as it has since the aforementioned site plan approval, a decision which itself is indicative of the lot and its use being consistent with the public interest. The reduced setback proposed will be to an interior boundary line to the parent parcel, lot 10-0. Number two, the spirit of the ordinance is observed. Granting the requested variance would allow for the applicant to proceed with changing the status of the existing lease lot to a recognized lot of record. This would formalize the status of the lot as requested by the town in order for the applicant lessee to purchase the property from the owner. As the intent is to resolve the status of the lease lot and the site would continue to function as it has since 2012, granting of the variance would be within the spirit of the ordinance. Number three, substantial justice is done. There would be no public benefit to denying the variance and thereby preventing the change of the property from a leased lot to a recognized lot of record. However, denial of the variance would result in significant harm to the applicant lessee, who would then be unable to purchase the lot where he operates his business. 4, the value of surrounding properties are not diminished. The requested variance is part of the intent to formally recognize an existing lease lot as a lot of record. There are no changes proposed to the existing layout or the function of the site. As such, there will be no discernible impact to surrounding properties and no diminution of any property values. Literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. An unnecessary hardship will be deemed to exist if and only if, owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, the property cannot be reasonably used in strict conformance with the ordinance, and a variance is therefore necessary to enable a reasonable use of it. The status of the lot presents a unique situation due to its existence as one of the leased parcels within the overall airport property. The leased areas were created for the express purpose of facilitating the existing improvements that are part of the Executive Health and Sports Center. This was recognized by the town in the form of the Planning Board's 2012 site plan approval. As the lessee is now expected to purchase this land from the owner, lessor, City of Manchester, and the town of Londonderry has said the lease parcel must be a recognized lot of record to allow this to occur, there is no option but to grant the variance in order for this process to proceed.
Do I have any questions of the board for the applicant?
So many, but no.
Okay, I'm going to take it out to the audience. Is there anyone in favor of the applicant? There is not. Is there anyone in opposition? Let the record show there is not. Bringing it back to the board, do we have any other questions of the applicant? Okay. I'm going to close this part of the public hearing. Do we need to hash out anything?
A couple things. So understand that when we create these lots, well, one of them is going to be a non-conforming lot. So we are creating a non-conforming lot.
Correct.
So everybody understands that. I also think that on number 5, the little enforcement, I would have done A, 1 and 2, in addition to B, because I think that there is another use. It could continue to be leased, and therefore you wouldn't need a variance. So if you want to just give me a hit as to why this property is, I mean, I think it's set out in B. I think you would have made it with A.
Well, I'll open it back up to the applicant. Would you like to respond for that?
Well, so the question is, would you be able to continue leasing it, or is the airport determined that they're selling this
Not
land?
necessarily him. It has to do whether the property could continue to be leased.
Yeah.
The airport in the city of Manchester have approved the sale of the property. So I would assume.
So they no longer.
We desire
want-
to lease it.
want
They
to lease.
desire to sell it.
They
and
desire to sell it?
Absolutely. We have approvals from the city and from the airport director to sell the property. They no longer desire to lease it. They want to sell it. And not only have they agreed, the FAA has agreed up until February 7th.
Understand what I'm saying about whether A works? By
Yes.
using B, you're saying there's no other use for that property. And
Well, no, I think the question is, in terms of the lease,
criteria A and didn't need to go to B, is all I'm saying.
yeah, I mean, we looked at B because of again, it's a unique situation with the
Yes.
lot because of the lease, and because of the fact that the airport's no longer interested in leasing it. So in that regard, is there a way to continue leasing it based off of what the owner's status or position is on it? The intent is that they don't want to continue leasing it, they want to sell it. So
So what would the use of the property be if you don't use it? It would either continue to be leased by somebody else or purchased.
It would be purchased by someone else.
Yep.
The airport has sent a letter to the town manager stating that we have complete authority to represent the sale as a lease interest in selling the property, and that's why we're here tonight.
Okay, I'm getting in the weeds, it's okay.
It's okay, so technically you fit into A, you don't fit into B, and you typed it in B, you fit in A for the
Okay.
paperwork.
Yeah, that's my theory. You can agree with me or not agree with me, but.
Okay. All right, I'll close it back up to the public. Do we need anything else? Let's do the 5 points.
Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because.
I would say no.
I agree.
There's no change of the character of the neighborhood there. I agree. It does not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. It does not threaten public health, safety, or welfare. Jackie's she's rushing down to number 2.
Write it very well, Mitch, on this first one, and that will get us through the rest of the night, rather nicely.
Nice and sloppy. That is more number 2 anyway.
There's no issue with health, safety, or welfare. Are we moving to number 2?
You didn't read it yet,
Okay.
for the record.
All right. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because.
I'd say would.
I agree.
would
I agree, would. For the same reasons as 1.
They are connected.
This is AR1. Interesting.
It's all very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because.
Sorry. Pretty much exactly the way it is now.
Which one are we on? 3?
Great.
Substantial
Yeah,
justice.
More on the loss issue then. Applicant's loss would be greater than the public.
I was like, really?
I'm not confused sometimes.
It's the double negative again,
So it would do substantial.
It would do substantial justice, yes.
Okay.
because there is a
3 is a positive.
greater loss to the applicant.
For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not.
Would not?
Well, you say that, but understand that once we make that a lot, they can do whatever they want with the lot, as long as they meet the setbacks, so. Keep it in mind.
How do you feel about this?
I'm fine with it, I just want to make sure everybody understands what they're voting for.
It's permanent.
I don't think there's any issue with the value of the surrounding properties.
It's the exact same character of the neighborhood all around there.
Weird lots?
Very unique,
Okay.
Near the airport, yeah.
nice roundabouts.
Do we ignore 5 and go right to, 5A, 1 and 2, and go right to B, or do we deal with 5A1 and 2.
I think that the property is unique with A, and that it is a reasonable request, so, but I was not getting a definitive response back from them that they wanted it to be A, so I think you're at B.
So B, okay. If the criteria in subparagraph A are not established, an unnecessary hardship will be deemed to exist if and only if, owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, the property can or cannot be reasonably used in strict conformance with the ordinance, and a variance is therefore necessary to enable a reasonable use of it.
Don't we vote on A, and if A fails, then we go to B? Isn't that how that?
I've never seen an application that went right to B.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Is
So-
they not filled in?
Correct.
Correct.
Right. They just pointed us to B.
Yeah, I should have put it on A. I apologize. I should have
We
put it up
want
on
to
A.
reopen that and just have them,
I'd like to reopen the hearing to the public portion so that the applicant can have some input into the fifth criteria.
Yeah, thank you. I would say based on what the board's recommending, that the language of what we put in for the fifth criteria item most likely satisfies A versus B. And I would say going forward, I will, on the remaining applications, I'll make sure I word it.
So it either is or it isn't, not most likely. So is or it is not A.
It would be A.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I'll close that portion.
Thank you.
Mitch?
Okay, going back to A. Owing to special conditions in the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of the provision to the property.
I say is not.
I agree.
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 You want to go through the uniqueness?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yep.
What else?
Well, because of the lease status, and the only way to create the lot is to get the variance to allow a subdivision of the lot.
And the proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because?
Is, I would say.
Is.
Yes.
Continuing using the lot the same way is reasonable.
Works for me.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just a different. I'm just gonna confirm, in A1, I wrote unique lot, lease status, and, I said lease status and only way to continue use is a subdivision of the lot. Is that a fair description for A, do you think?
Yeah, because they no longer want a lease. Yep.
Are there any
I don't
comments?
think they don't want to. I think that they're forcing them to no longer lease it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Comments, restrictions, including any time frame condition?
I don't have any. Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll make a
Okay,
motion
she'll make the motion.
to grant the request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.3.3.A to encroach 24.9 feet into the 30-foot side setback tennis courts, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-4, zone C2, and IND 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton applicant.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? So keep those answers out, Mitch.
Yep.
And when we go through the next cases, if they are the exact same responses, we have in the past when it has been exactly the same, that we refer to response under case number, and you say you just list in response to that, the first case.
I was taking the bar exam again.
There you go. All right, we're ready for the second.
Okay, so the second request is a
Oh, wait a minute, we have to read it in, sorry.
I'll read fast.
I'm getting anxious.
Case number 1221, 2022-8, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.3.2.8 to create a lot with 0 feet of frontage where 150 feet are required. 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-4, zone C2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton, the applicant. I did the previous zoning, is the same as the prior case.
Thank you.
You want me to introduce myself again?
Just for the record.
Sure. Once again, Tom Burns, Senior Project Manager with TF Moran. With me is Mike Benton, Benton Family Trust, the applicant in this case. So the second variance that's being requested is from section 4.3.2A of the zoning ordinance for the following reasons. As the leased area around the tennis courts is interior to the parent parcel, lot 10-0, the proposed lot would have 0 feet of frontage on a right-of-way where 150 feet is required and would continue to be accessed by the existing site driveway. The facts supporting the request, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The request is for the conversion of an existing lease lot from the City of Manchester to a formal lot of record in order to allow for the sale of the lot to the lessee. All the physical features on the site exist per the approved 2012 site plan. The site will continue to function and operate in the same manner as it has since the aforementioned site plan approval. A decision with yourself is indicative of the lot and its use being consistent with the public interest. As the lot is being created from an internal lease area within lot 10-0 and will continue to have access rights through the parent parcel, the lack of frontage on a right-of-way would have no negative impact to the public interest. The spirit of the ordinance is observed. Granting the requested variance would allow the applicant to proceed with changing the status of the existing leased lot to a recognized lot of record. This would formalize the status of the lot as requested by the town and in order for the applicant lessee to purchase the property. As the intent is to resolve the status of the leased lot and the site would continue to function as it has since 2012, granting of the variance would be within the spirit of the ordinance. Substantial justice is done, as there would be no public benefit to denying the variance and thereby preventing the change of the property from a leased lot to a recognized lot of record. However, denial of the variance would result in significant harm to the applicant lessee, who would then be unable to purchase the lot where he operates his business. The value of surrounding properties are not diminished. The requested variance is part of the intent to formally recognize an existing lease lot as a lot of record. There are no changes proposed to the existing layout or function of the site. As such, there will be no discernible impact of the surrounding properties and no diminution of any property values. Number 5, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. No fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purposes of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property, and the proposed use is a reasonable one. The status of the lot presents a unique situation due to its existence as one of the leased parcels within the airport property. The leased lots were created for the express purpose of facilitating the existing improvements that are part of the Executive Health and Sports Center. This was recognized by the town in the form of the Planning Board's 2012 site plan approval. As the lessee is now expected to purchase this land from the owner lessor, City of Manchester, and the town of Londonderry has said the lease parcel must be a recognized lot of record to allow this to occur, there is no option but to grant the variance in order for this process to proceed.
Is there any questions of the board for the applicant? I'll take it out to the audience. Is there anyone in favor of the applicant? Let the record show there is none. Anyone in opposition? Let the record show there is none. Bring it back to the board.
Nick, did you have a comment?
Yeah. You've already granted a variance so that they can have a structure within 5 feet of the property line. Now, if you grant this variance that it can be a lot of record with no frontage, that could be built on. You may want to put some kind of a stipulation on that, it would remain tennis courts, or that they would need further variances if they were gonna build a building on it.
I was wondering why they wouldn't merge it with the other lot and make it a conforming lot.
There's a lot in between the main lot and the second lot that would
Skinny
prohibit
lot.
us from doing that. Yeah.
Wow. We're going one.
It's a little skinny lot in between. Looks like.
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Where?
See the building to the right of the tennis courts? That is a,
The existing building in between that lot.
nope, right there.
there.
That,
Right
that
there.
lot separates the lot 1 from lot 2.
So this is not your lot?
No. We access that from Highlander Way. You see the road that comes off of
There's a
Airport
driveway that
Drive.
comes in off of
There's a
Highlander Way that
driveway that
comes to
comes
the
in off
tennis
Highlander Way, and it's a common road to the tennis court.
Right, there's the common road.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, up top, Chris. No, down. Follow Highlander Way to the, where your hand is.
If you're looking at,
And then follow that road, yep. Keep going straight and then make a left there, make a left right there.
Exactly.
and it
And
runs,
then it runs right along the property line.
Exactly.
No, no,
straight, it's
Straight-
straight through where number,
straight
if you're
through.
looking at 210, yeah.
yeah, and then it makes a downturn and then another left turn and then to the back parking lot.
So it hugs there, it basically is hugging the proposed lot lines. It runs along those lines.
Yeah.
So that road is yours, or is it different?
No, that is actually the airport.
It's the airport's road, but they have access rights over it, which that's what they would continue to have to access their lot.
Right.
That's how, they wouldn't have any direct,
Which lot is
There's a lot in the middle.
the lot with the tennis, the lot with
Lot with
the,
the tennis courts on it.
this lot?
That lot,
Is
Yes.
accessed by this road.
yes.
yes,
Through the other lot.
Going to continue being maintained by the airport?
By the airport.
by the airport.
Because the airport owns the parking area in the back, Chris.
This part?
Yes,
And they're keeping,
yes,
Yes.
they're keeping that.
okay. So the airport runs kind of right through the middle of.
That's right.
Yeah.
Between the two lots.
Got it.
So we're solving a lot of problems by bringing these two lots together.
And the, okay, yeah.
So what's in that middle lot anyway? Anything?
There is, it's, Auto Fair uses it as their headquarters.
So that road, Highlander Way, this is your, oh, I'm sorry, I'm touching it. This is your lot lines, then basically it's
Yeah.
dividing your upper and your lower.
That's right, so there would be those two lots.
So where your hand is right now, the larger building, that's our other lot.
That's one, that's gonna be, that's 3 lots or 4 lots being brought into one lot, Chris.
Or not lots, but lease, well, lease areas.
Lease areas.
Being
3
consolidated to create that one, to formalize that one lot, that lot where the building is, and then the second lot is, which is what this application is the tennis courts.
And there's a lot in the middle.
And the lot in the middle is auto
Own
fair.
this part, or will own this.
No,
No,
that's
that
the
part
airport.
is the airport.
Just them
Just
two
what's in the black inside the tennis court area and inside,
So this is your most farthest that way.
yes,
Lot.
Yes.
lot. That's
So
one
you're
lot.
sacrificing this lot as the non-conforming.
That's right.
And then all this stuff.
And we understand if we ever
It's gonna
do
be-
anything on that lot, to Nick's point, we would have to come back to
Back
the
through
town
the whole process.
and go through the entire planning board process, which we already did in 2012 to get the tennis court originally built.
Just a little bit. So there's 7 lots, including the tennis court, in this section right here.
Well, in total, but we're,
That's 3 sections you're looking at.
yeah, we're consolidating all of the lots in that corner, Chris, into one lot. And then consolidating,
This lot, this right here is in a separate lot.
yes,
Which is why they can't be combined into one, because they don't own that. That middle lot is, they don't lease that middle lot. That's an auto fair lot.
Right, they use that to park overflow.
So this, where the number 5 is, I don't know that it's actually in number 5, but this lot here is
Is-
not yours.
Correct.
or
That's-
the airports, that's privately owned by Auto Fair.
It's totally separate.
Yes.
Okay. So this is yours.
Yes,
Or will be yours.
will be yours, yeah.
Everything on this side of this line
Will
is
be
going to
merged into-
one new lot.
Correct.
Correct.
So that's consolidating lease areas in there into, to create one lot there, and then the other lease areas where the tennis court is to
To get
create
to
that.
the tennis courts, you have to go on this road and around.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Clean it up.
Okay.
Oh, complicated.
I know.
That's a mess.
It is.
It is.
All right.
Much so.
So which part were we at, Mitch?
I don't think he was still talking.
No, 'cause
No.
he was done. He was done.
And then Nick went,
Nick
and then
was-
I think
yeah.
we didn't start this yet.
No, but Nick said, so if you're going
Okay.
to approve it.
Right.
You have to put a condition on it.
Conditionally, with no, are there any standing buildings currently on the tennis court lot?
Small.
There's a very small building that has facilities, bathroom facilities on it. That's it. It's been there since 1972.
Okay. Nick, how would you propose that we write it? No new buildings can be like erected on that space without
They would
additional
have-
zoning?
Yeah, that way they would have to come and get different variances.
Wouldn't they already?
We would.
Well, you've already given them the variance for the side, for the setback.
Correct.
So they could, if they get the variance for no frontage, then that's a legal lot of record. And they could.
That's what I was saying.
build a
no
building
Understand
5
what you're
feet off that
making a
property
non-conforming
line.
lot.
Right.
So
So you have to
you
put
may
it,
wanna, if that's their intention, to keep it as tennis courts?
Yes.
shouldn't be a problem.
Then the language is that it's to remain tennis courts.
Okay, great.
But Suzanne has better language, I know, coming out.
Sounds good. I'm on board.
I think I'm on board too.
Now that I painted the picture.
It's getting a little late.
The applicant is okay with us putting the restriction that it's just going to be a tennis court?
It'd be, yeah, any future development.
If-
would
Any
require
future
a-
development is our understanding, any future development would
they're
require
gonna
us to
come
come
back
back to
anyways.
zoning. I mean, it's a non-conforming lot. It would require us to come
And
back.
they already stated that in their presentation.
Right.
And how do we phrase that?
We can phrase it nicely.
Okay.
Look to Suzanne to freeze it.
Yeah, she's already figuring
So,
out the language.
Do we
Right.
want to run through the points, or do we want to, and then either decide?
We have to
if we're
run through the
same?
5 points of law.
And then, okay, so I'll start reading them while Suzanne writes, and if anyone thinks of anything different
Correct.
than what we said the last time, except for the comments and restrictions, raise that.
Okay.
Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because.
It would not.
Would not,
Same reasons.
as, same reasons as stated in case number 12/21/22-7.
Great number. All right. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because.
Would be?
Same reasons.
Chris?
I agree.
Suzanne?
I'm sorry.
Agree?
What are we talking about?
We're just running through the 5.
We're on number 2?
2.
I'm good. Yes, I agree.
We'll assume you're okay with
For the same reasons as in case number 12/21/22-7.
Okay. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because.
I'd say it would.
I agree.
And the same.
Suzanne just nodded.
Yes.
For the record.
Yes.
The following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not.
I'm shortening what I'm writing. All right. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property.
Is not.
Is not.
Okay, the same reasons this case.
Thank you.
Just put a stamp on it.
Proposed use is or is not a reasonable one.
Is reasonable.
Is. Okay.
And then comments or restrictions including any time frame conditions.
Okay, so this is what I have, and we can hash it out. No additional new structures may be built on the subject lot without prior approval of the zoning board. The intent being that the property's use would remain as it currently exists as a tennis court with only a bathroom facility.
Perfect.
Can we ask them if that accurately represents?
No, this is what we do.
Yes.
Is it more than one tennis courts? Is it plural?
It is.
Tennis
it is
courts.
Okay,
Thank you, yes, more than one.
okay. So now I
Nick,
didn't
how
write
are we
it.
feeling about that?
I'm okay.
Okay.
No,
So-
I just listened. I didn't
It's
write.
nice and tight, okay.
So now can you dictate?
No? You gotta help us out here.
Yeah, she can.
Okay, well, she's giving me.
Nick's good with it.
All right. Can you read my handwriting?
I'll try. No worse than mine.
And do we all agree on what Suzanne has for a condition?
Yes.
I agree?
Agree.
Okay.
Agreed.
It's bad.
May be built. Oh, look at that.
Did you just do C, the prior one on all of that?
Yeah, well, no, yeah, that stated the case. What's that? Looks like wet worms.
Parties, use.
The
would-
properties.
Use. Remain as it currently exists. It's tennis courts. Only a bathroom. I'd say it would only be. Existing.
It's a lot to write, but I can read it in the future.
Suzanne, do you want to make the motion so that you can read at the end? Please.
We're on number 2. Yes, I'd like to make a motion in case number 12/21/2022-8, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning is 4328, or create a lot with 0 feet of frontage where 150 feet are required. 1 Highland Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-4, zone C2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton, to approve the variance, having met the 5 criteria, subject to the following condition: that no additional new structures may be built on the subject property without prior approval of the zoning board, the intent being that the property would remain as it currently exists as tennis courts and something.
What did I do?
And
Bathroom facilities.
Bathroom facilities.
as,
And with only the existing.
and with only the existing bathroom facility.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, and I'll need to see that so I can state the condition here.
Moving on.
I'm just trying to think, do we want, I mean, we should stop and think we are late. I know they've got limited time, but there are 12 more of these. run pretty late. So let her finish her work. Even if it just took 10 minutes apiece, 2 hours.
2 hours. Oh. Think we can do it in 2 minutes apiece?
Well, I'm just thinking it's long. 10 minutes for 12 is 2 hours, which brings us to after midnight.
Mm-hmm. If we did continue,
We have the
overflow.
5th, which meets their need for pre-planning. Let her finish her work and then we can talk about that. It's just realistically. These are at least.
When is your planning?
The 4th.
The 4th?
What they said the 7th.
No,
No, that's February is their deadline.
Oh.
They can't go to planning if our overflow is the 5th and their planning is the 4th.
Half hour. Once he has to stay all night. I still think we should talk about it.
Another meeting comes up.
We don't need 5 of us.
That's true.
Because you have the 3.
Full points.
Hmm?
All right, so case 12/21/22-8 is granted with the conditions. All right, and what was being,
Well, we're trying to figure out, I mean, we're at 10:20. If it was 10 minutes a case, we're at 12:20.
Right.
Remaining 12. If it's 15 minutes, we're at
If
1:20.
they all go, just like last one's.
And if we push it to the overflow, that ours would be the 5th and their planning meeting would be the 4th. Meaning they couldn't go to planning.
all right, so do we have any members that do not want to stay to finish? We're only obligated to be here till 10.
Since I'm not voting, no sense in me stating.
Okay,
I'll stay if 2 others will.
I'll stay.
Need a 3rd.
We gotta move faster. We can't, we don't need him reading the whole thing every
I
time.
need to get up at 4:30 to go to work.
She's going.
All right, so then, are you staying, Mitch?
I'm willing to stay if needed, but are we, because I gotta get up earlier than usual, but can we, I mean, is it feasible to expedite it? Don't know. I mean, we can keep going for a while and see how we're doing.
We only need 3 to stay anyways.
We need 3.
We don't need
But
5
we
to
have
stay.
to,
Well,
you
the
have to
applicant has to decide whether
the
he
applicant
wants
has to decide, so we have to first, how many board members will we have going forward? And then I have to present that to the applicant.
Right.
Okay, so,
I'm willing
I
to
will
stay for
stay.
the time being.
I'll stay.
I have a 9 a.m., but I can stay.
Okay. You'll be leaving, Irene?
Yes.
Dave, you're gonna be leaving, okay? Are you
I mean, if
staying?
you stay, Dave, you can vote, but.
Well, actually, I get up at 4:30 also, so.
It's up to you 2 then. One of you.
Well,
one
I'm
of you-
5:30, so let's wrap it up on the discussion. Let them go, let's go.
Okay, so you'll stay? All right.
Let's stay with the fourth for now.
Is there a way that I can help by expedite?
Yeah, I don't
like-
think you need to read the whole thing, just give us a quick overview.
A quick summary on each of the 5 points of law.
Is it, I mean, is it reasonable to say for the 5 points that they're the same as the previous application, kind of?
That is absolutely acceptable.
Okay, because that would help us.
Okay?
Okay.
Does he have to say each one of the 5 is the same, or can he say the 5 points of law
He,
are the same?
he will say that, he will state that it is as stated
Allowed to
in-
do it that way?
in the case
What?
12, 21,
I believe
22.
you have to read the 5 points.
He'll read the 5 points, but he will give the same reasonings as all previous cases.
As long as he reads them.
Right.
Yes.
He just has to read them. Right.
He has to read his reasoning or just the 5 points?
The 5 points, he has to respond for the 5 points.
Right.
Okay. So we'll still have to
in a
take that.
summarized way, as synopsis is.
Request for variance londonderry zoning for, yes. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, they could, whether they wanted 3.
Okay.
Oh, David. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy New Year. Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Watch my stack of.
Great getting to know you. Again, it's good to know each other. Have a good night.
Yes,
Get some
have a
sleep.
solid night.
Okay,
So we have to ask them if they're okay with 4.
yes,
Are you okay with
4.
the 4?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Request for variance from London zoning ordinance 4.3.3.b.2 A. To reduce the buffer zone from AR1 district from 50 feet to 0 feet, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-4, zone C2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton applicant.
Okay.
Okay. once
State your
ag-
name for the record.
Yep, once again, Tom Burns, TF Moran, Mike Benton, Benton Family Trust, the applicant. So the variance is requested. The proposed lot does not abut the AR1 zone as it is separated by lot 28-10-0. However, a 50-foot buffer zone on the lot is required. Based on the existing conditions, the existing driveway pavement is already located on the proposed lot boundary line, thereby providing a 0-foot buffer where 50 would be required. Number 1, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The language is the same as the previous application. However, the only change, all physical features on the site exist per the approved 2012 site plan. There's no change proposed to the existing buffer zone of the AR1 zone through the parent parcel. Number 2, the spirit of the ordinance is observed for the same reasons outlined in the previous application. Number 3, substantial justice is done, once again for the same reasons as outlined in the previous application. Number 4, the values of surrounding properties are not diminished, again for the same reasons as outlined in the previous application. And number 5, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship, again for the same reasons as outlined in the previous application.
Okay, do any board members have any questions of this case? Okay, I'm gonna take it out to the public. Anyone in favor? Let the record show there are none. Anyone in opposition? There are none. Bring it back to the board. Any questions? Nope. Okay, let's close the public hearing. Let's go, do we have anything to hash out for this one?
No, I think we just need to make the same restriction on it.
Okay, let's go to the 5 points of law.
Quickly, Mitch.
Doing my best. All right. Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because?
Would not.
Would not.
Would not,
Same reason as last time.
Yep.
as case number 122122-7.
Yep. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because?
It would.
Would,
Okay, I agree. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because?
It would.
would, for the same reasons as case number 122122-7.
For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not.
Would not,
Same reasons as provided in 122122-7. Owing to special conditions on property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because?
It's not.
Is not.
Same as
Not.
last time.
Yep, okay. The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because?
It is reasonable.
Okay,
is,
Same restriction.
Same reasons, same restrictions.
Like to make a motion.
1222-8.
Yeah. Make a motion on 12/21/2022-9 to approve the request for the variance from Londonderry zoning 433B2 to reduce the buffer zone in the AR district from 50 to 0 feet on Highlander Way because they meet the criteria subject to the condition that we previously.
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Okay. Case number 12/21/2022-9 is a request for variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 433B2B to not permanently plant and maintain the buffer zones in accordance with the specifications outlined in the site plan regulations 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-4, zone C2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton, applicant.
Okay, I do have one question, and I think this one has to be for you, Laura, because L is labeled the exact same case number as K. Do I need a correction? Oh, I'm so sorry.
You want to give me back one of those? I'm looking for.
And the conditions, I need to put those down.
Well, there's multiple cases that are labeled the same. 16 is the same. There's 2 16s,
Well, I just want to address 9 right now.
3 3s.
7. You got 9.
Nick, I have L being the same exact case number as K that we just heard. And I don't want a paperwork nightmare.
But the problem is, can we do As and Bs?
Well,
The
I
next one is
need
10.
clarification from Nick first.
Okay. There's different requirements in one. One talks about the percentage of green area, and they also talk about the buffer.
Right, but the labeling, that's what I'm questioning right now, because the labeling as case number is exactly the same, but we are issuing 2 different variances here. And I don't want a paperwork technicality.
All right, you have to refer to the maps that they gave you?
I'm gonna leave.
Yes, but right now we're doing reduced buffer.
Yeah?
So when we hear the next one, as far as not permanently planning and maintaining the buffer zone, shouldn't that case number be -9, maybe A?
See, case
We're
number.
we're on K now?
We're on letter K, which is case
Letter K.
number,
Look at the case number for K and the case number for L. They're identical.
they're identical.
Published this way.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
There's 3 different instances of that in this in
Yes, because
tonight's.
you get 2 things on each.
Yep. Okay. I just don't want,
Right.
I need some procedural guidance here.
I will speak, if that's okay?
Yeah.
Procedural guidance.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When the applicant filled out their application.
Yes.
They put 2 variance requests on the same application form.
Perfect.
So that's why you see the 9s like they are. Because
Okay.
they didn't do a separate application for every variance request.
Okay.
Typically is done. On this applicant chose not to do it like that. He would put multiple variances on one application. So you can't separate that.
Okay.
You could do, if you wanted to do like a 9A if you want.
Okay.
A little bit clear for the board, but that's why it's labeled like that, because it's on the same application form.
Great, so that procedure then, thank you, so that I can clean it up here, so there's no misunderstanding what we voted on. Okay, thank you. All right.
I'm gonna call this 9A on my form. That work for you?
Well, we're on,
9A, 12. K, which is,
We already did A.
oh, we did A, this is B?
Yeah.
This is B. Oh, yeah, you're right, that's the 0.
I don't know how much longer I'm gonna make sense, but okay.
Yeah, I know,
So I read this, correct? And we,
and we voted,
that's.
all
A
those in
still.
favor, it was aye. That is granted.
You're holding on to, I don't know why you just don't reference the prior condition, yeah, see prior.
Yeah. It's 12, 22, 22 dash.
She has them as 1 and 2 on mine.
Right, so that's why I just want to make sure. Because that's reduced buffer. Right.
I gave the voting thing and I don't know where it is now.
Thank you.
All right, so I've read this.
Yep.
I didn't read it? Okay, sorry. Thought I had, but, case number 12/21/2022-9, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.3.3.b.2.b to not permanently plant, yes, I did, and maintain a buffer zone in accordance with the specifications outlined in the site plan regulations, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-4, zone C2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton, the applicant.
Okay, who will be presenting?
Okay, once again, Tom Burns, TF Moran, along with Mike Benton, Benton Family Trust, the applicant. The variance is requested from 4.3.3B2B. Again, the lot of record to be created within the limit of the lease area around the Executive Health and Sports Center courts, located within 200 feet of a parcel in the AR1 zone where 50-foot permanently landscape buffer is then required. Proposed lot does not abut the AR1 zone, is separated by lot 028-10-0, however, a 50-foot buffer zone in the lot is required. Based on existing conditions, the driveway pavement is located on the proposed lot line. The facts supporting the request: the variance will not be contrary to the public interest for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. The spirit of the ordinance is observed for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. Substantial justice is done, again, for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. The value of the surrounding properties are not diminished for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. And literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the reasons outlined in the prior application.
And do we have any questions of the board? No. Okay, taking it out to the audience, anyone in favor? There is none. Anyone in opposition? There is none. Bring it back to the board one last time. Do we have any questions, comments, or of the applicant? Okay, we're closing that public portion of the hearing. And can we go into the 5 points of law?
Yes.
Okay.
Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because,
Would not.
Would not.
Same reasons as case 7.
okay, the spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because,
It would.
same reasons as
Would.
provided. Okay, granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice.
It would.
I agree.
Yep, I agree. For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished. Would not.
Would not.
Would not.
Same reasons, okay. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of the provision of the.
It's not.
It's not.
Is not.
Okay. The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one
Is
because.
reasonable.
Are there any comments, restrictions, including any timeframe conditions?
Same as before.
Same restriction as
does this one
provided
still
in
apply?
I put them on every single one because
21, 22-8.
All right, so conditions, same,
Let's do it.
yep,
These will-
same restrictions as 1222, 22-8.
You should only need that on the tennis court ones, right? On that
Isn't
one.
that where we're at? Aren't we still in the
They're
tennis
still in
court?
tennis
Probably
courts.
should, yeah. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion in case number 12/21/2022-9, the request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.3.3.b to not permanent plant and maintain a buffer zone in accordance with the specifications outlined in the site plan regulations, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-4, zone C2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton, applicant, to allow the variance for having met the 5 criteria subject to the previous restriction.
I second.
Do I have a second? Okay, thank you. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Against? Please proceed.
Yep, case number 12/21/2022-10, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 433B1 to encroach 15 feet into the 15-foot landscape buffer, 1 Highland Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-4, zone 2C, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton, applicant.
Tom Burns with TF Moran, Mike Benton, Benton Family Trust, the applicant. The variance is requested from 4.3.3B1 of the zoning ordinance. As the existing pavement overlaps the proposed lot line, a 0-foot buffer would be created where 15 feet is required, thereby creating a 15-foot encroachment. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest, as the reduced perimeter buffer would be between the new lot and the parent parcel and not to any other abutting property or right-of-way. The spirit of the ordinance is observed for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. Substantial justice is done for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. The values of surrounding properties are not diminished for the same reasons outlined in the prior application.
I think he has to read them.
Why?
You did this for the last one.
I didn't even notice it. He read them the last one.
No, I said the same thing.
He's supposed to read them.
What's that, Mitch?
I believe, Nick, is he supposed to actually read the reasons?
He is.
He's just saying the same as in the previous application.
No, I'm supposed to read them.
I didn't hear that the last time.
I can tell you that I go to lots of meetings where people don't read them in every single time. I know that that's what we procedurally do here, but.
Chair?
I'm going to allow the reference,
Okay,
because this is all the same material.
okay.
For the responses, it's the same material. The applicant, if it is a different response for,
Which is why I'm reading number 1 differently. That's
Thank
the one
you.
I'm reading in, because it's different for each one of those.
that's
but
what
the remaining
I'm
ones are gonna be
hearing.
the same.
Okay. All right, I'm hearing difference. Please continue.
Literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the reasons outlined in the prior application.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. Taking out to the public, anyone in favor? There is none. Anyone in opposition? There is none. Bringing it back to the board, do you have any questions on this one?
No.
Okay. Closing public portion of the hearing. Are we okay to go into the 5 points? Or
Yes.
do we need to, okay?
Okay. Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because
Would not?
Would not?
some reasons as in 12/21/22-7. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because,
It would. For the same reasons?
okay? Granting the variance. would
I
or-
agree.
Yeah, we should have.
You know, everybody doesn't have to say that either, but, okay.
We're supposed to declare it for the record.
Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because,
Say it would.
I agree.
I agree.
The following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not?
I agree.
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 The same reasons as 12/21/22-7. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of the provision to the property.
Would say would not? Or, I'm sorry, is not?
Agreed.
I would
Agreed.
agree that it's the same reasons as provided in 12/21/22-7. The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because,
Say it is reasonable?
I would agree,
Same
Agree.
reasons as before.
the same reasons as provided in 12/21/22-7. And then comments or restrictions, including any time frame conditions.
Same restriction on there.
Same restrictions as stated in
21/22-8.
8. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request on case number 12/21/2022-10 for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 433B1 to encroach 15 feet into the 15-foot landscape buffer, 1 Highland Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-4, slot zone C2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners and Michael Benton applicant with
Do I have-
the
Oops, sorry.
visual restriction.
I
or
second.
restriction.
And second, Chris?
Yes.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Is this the next piece of property coming up?
Are we at the
Yes.
next piece of property yet?
Looks like it.
Yes, an existing building. We're moving to the other property. Okay.
Thank you.
Which is a conforming lot.
Case number 12, 21, 20, 22, 11. Request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 433A to encroach 25.6 feet into the 30-foot side setback for an existing building, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10-1, zone C2. Industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners and Michael Benton applicant.
Tom Burns with TF Moran, Mike Benton, Benton Family Trust, the applicant. The variance is requested from section 4.3.3A of the ordinance as part of the proposal to formalize the lot of record. The existing building will be located 25.6 feet from the side property line, being a 4.4-foot encroachment into the required 30-foot setback. Variance will not be contrary to the public interest, as the setback would be to an internal property line with the overall parent parcel, lot 10-0. There would be no impact to the public interest. Spirit of the ordinance is observed for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. The substantial justice is done for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. The value of surrounding properties are not diminished for the same reasons as outlined in the prior application. And literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the same reasons outlined in the prior application.
Is there any questions of the applicant on this one?
Hey, Nick, are there any other different concerns that you see for this lot that we talked about for the other?
This one?
Yeah, this is the other lot.
No, it's already existing, has its driveways, and parking.
So we won't need the restriction going forward.
And you don't see any need for restrictions here?
He can't tell us that.
Oh, I guess that's an unfair question, sorry about that.
That's for us to determine,
No, he told us last time.
because, well, in a different way.
He had
Okay.
he had a thought.
He had a thought, yeah.
There's too many.
Okay, questions, moving on.
Okay.
Do we have any questions?
Do we have any questions on this?
No.
Okay. Taking out to the audience, anyone in favor? There are none. Anyone in opposition? There is none. I will bring it back to the board one last time before we close it to the public hearing. Are we all set with this one?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to close it to the public. Are we okay to go into deliberations?
Good to go.
Okay, let's do the 5 points of law.
Okay, granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because
Would not.
Would not?
that is for the same reasons provided in 1221-22-7. I agree.
I agree.
The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because
It would?
Would?
I agree. And that's the same reasons as provided in 1221-22-7. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because
It would?
Would?
I agree. The same reasons as provided in 1221-22-7. For the following reason, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not?
Would not?
And that is, I agree. For the same reasons as provided in 1221-22-7. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property.
There is not.
There is not. I
Is
agree.
not?
The same reasons as provided in 1221-22-7. The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because
Is?
Is.
I agree. And that's for the same reasons as provided in 1221-2-7. Are there any comments or restrictions, including any time frame condition?
I have nothing for this one.
Agreed.
Agree.
Are you okay with this one, Suzanne? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 433A to encroach 25.6 feet into the 30-foot side setback for an existing building at 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10-1, Zone C2, Industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton applicant.
Do I have a second?
As they met all the 5 criteria.
Thank you. Chris, did you second?
I did.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Case number 12, 21, 20, 22, 12, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.3.2.d to increase the allowable building coverage to 26.2%, where only 25% is allowed. 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10-10-1, zone C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton applicant.
Tom Burns with TF Moran, Mike Benton, Benton Family Trust, the applicant. Variance requested, building coverage 26.2%, where 25% is allowed. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest, as there would be no increase or change to the existing building coverage on the parcel, and there would be no impact to the public interest as a result. Number 2, the spirit of the ordinance is observed for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. Number 3, substantial justice is done for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. Number 4, the value of surrounding properties are not diminished for the same reasons as outlined in the prior application. And number 5, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the same reasons outlined in the prior application.
Okay, any questions of the applicant? Nope. Okay. Taking out to the audience, is there anyone in favor? There are none. Anyone in opposition? There's no one. Bring it back to the board one last time. We're good?
Nope, I'm good.
Closing it to the public. Are we okay? Do we need to deliberate anything for this one? Or can we just write the 5 points of law?
I'm good.
Okay, I'm good. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Guys are getting faster. Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because,
Would not.
Would not?
Agreed.
and this is for the same reasons as provided in 12-21-22-7, I agree. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because,
It would.
Would?
I agree. Same reasons as provided in 12-21-22-7. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because,
Would.
Would?
I agree. For the same reasons as provided in 12-21-22-7. For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
It would not.
Would not?
That is also for the same reasons as provided in 12-21-22-7. Only the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property.
It's not.
Is not?
Agree. The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because.
It is.
Is.
Are there any comments or restrictions, including any time frame condition?
I don't have any.
I do not as well.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the case number 12-21-2022-12, which is a request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.3.2.d to increase the allowable building coverage to 26.2%, where only 25 is allowed. 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10-1, zone C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton applicant.
I second.
Thank you, Chris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Passes. Case number 12-21-2022-13 is a request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.4.1.3.h.1 to encroach 7.5 feet into the 15-foot landscaping perimeter buffer at 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10-1, 19-2. Sorry, lot 10-1, 14-9, 4-1, zone C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton applicant. I'm not sure where we are now, so we might want to take a,
Thank you.
it's a different lot.
Okay.
Another lot?
It's the same lot. Those are the existing lease lot numbers. So I think instead of 14, it should be 28, I think 4-9, not 14. And then 28 4-1. So those are a couple of the lease lots that are being extinguished when the
Okay,
subdivision.
so I'm sorry, it's map 28, lot 10, 10-1,
10-1.
just leave it at that?
It's, yeah, so it's lot 10, lot 10-1, and then the lease lots are 28 4-9 and 28 4-1. Those are existing, I think, the existing lease lots.
We know where we got this? No, we know where we got this? Okay. Yep.
I'm of the understanding that those are lots of record. The two industrial lots.
No, those are lease lots for parking that are coming. The two lots that he's referring to are the lease lots for parking. There's two of them.
Yeah, lease area 1 and lease area 2 on the plans.
Have two in here?
The assessing had them as separate lots.
No, they are not subdivided lots. That's part of the problem,
Part of the confusion with this is
Yeah.
that they've been assessing, we're showing them as lots of record,
which they're not.
There's been a lot of confusion on this.
Yeah.
I was told the
Ernie,
auto
we're at
lot
the
was a lot the first time we met. The next time I had a conversation with him,
here's
he
the
said,
20.
no.
So we're not
Oh,
We're
no,
on
no, that was,
15.
that's not,
We're on
it's a
15
lease
right
lot.
now.
And now it's an owned lot again, so,
The auto fair?
yeah.
Oh, no, that has nothing to do with us. We're the airport. That's a separate, it's been a lot for 20 years now. So, but there is a lot of confusion anyhow.
So, all right, so I just want to make clear, when it's read into record, this is map 28, lot 10, 10-1.
Yeah.
Is 14.9 an accurate and 4.1? Is that accurate?
It should be 4.9. I think the 14 is a typo.
Oh, okay,
It's just 4.9.
4.9.
Yeah. So if you look at, on the screen, it's the two, that they're shaded, they're screened down, but it's the lease lot to the south on the plan of the building is one of those is one of the pieces, and then to the east on the plan along Airport Road. It's those two pieces that were leased, those are two of the lease areas from the parent lots.
All right, so,
So
I don't want like we had with the electric vehicle. It was a typo on the print. I don't want them to have a snag where they have to come back because there's a typo on the print. How do we
Well, that's-
handle this now?
Well, I suppose you could put the stipulation on there that the variance was contingent upon those being leased lots and not lots of record.
No, I think it's a question of the lot numbering, right?
It's lot number on
So
our
the
side.
lot numbering on our plans is correct.
It's our typo here
Right.
when we read it into the record. And that's where I don't want this
Right.
to not be valid and they have to come back.
Okay, do we want me to read that back in again? Or are we good noting that?
Well, I just, because it was why the electric vehicle had to come back is because everybody that was notified on this criteria being read in. So I just don't want that same confusion
Right.
for this one.
I say we go with what we have here and we can't fix what was previously noticed.
Okay, so we can read into the record as it is typed with the condition that the lot that we read into record 14.9 is, we have to state in such a way that if it's our typo, that they've declared it's really 4.9. And 4.1 was correct.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, so I just think for the record, we should note that they're seeking an application, a variance for map 28, lot 10, 10-1, 4-9, 4-1.
Right. So we have to state into, Nick, is that going to,
It doesn't matter.
Which is weird because
That's what we can do at the moment.
They're not lots.
That's been the confusion with them.
They're not lots. That is one big piece. We are here today to make them separate lots, but they are contiguous with the larger lot. They are lease lots.
True, but the way that they are marked,
They're right, they're numbered.
the
which
way
is
that
part of-
they are
that's part of
numbered
the confusion
here
with assessing
may
it.
cause you problem down the road because of that one in front of that 4.
Can we fix it if it was something that happened on our end?
It is a zoning law that all the abutters that are notified, they are notified with exactly the,
What we have.
what we read into the record. So that's why, Nick, can I have language with a condition to address a possible typo? And have it be okay with planning? Or do we have to renotice everybody for a typo? If we see the typo here.
Well, I think so long as planning knows, it goes with the stipulation that it's straightened out for planning.
I say we move forward with it today, because it's the best you're gonna get, so it'll either be okay or it won't. But it's certainly your decision, what you wanna do.
Move forward. Move forward.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I don't think anybody's gonna be appealing
Appealing no one's gonna be
appealing it because
Let's go
I'm
forward.
not gonna make it easy, though. Nick, was there concern that this is a lot of record or lease lot? I was confused. I heard
There's
you have-
confusion on it.
Okay, so what's the confusion? Can you explain?
Assessing has them as separate lots of record.
Which doesn't make it legal per se, that's just how they track it, so.
You don't believe there's an impact of the difference of opinion?
I just know that there are frequently mistakes made at the town level as far as identifying the lots, so.
Does that put us in the same boat as the last thing?
Perhaps, but the best we can do is to move forward with what we have here, and it'll either be okay or they'll have to come back. So but
Okay.
at least going forward today, they stand a chance that it's gonna be okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna read this into the record again.
Yes,
I'm
please.
sorry. Okay.
Case number 12-21-2022-13 is a request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.4.1.3.h.1 to encroach 7.5 feet into the 15-foot landscaping perimeter buffer 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-1, 4-9, 4-1, zone C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust, owners and Michael Benton applicant.
Tom Burns with TF Moran, Mike Benton, the applicant. Variance is requested from 4.1.3H1 to allow an encroachment up to 7.5 feet into the required 15-foot perimeter landscape buffer. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest, as all the physical features on the site exist per the approved 2012 site plan. No new improvements are proposed. The spirit of the ordinance is observed for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. Substantial justice is done for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. The value of surrounding properties are not diminished for the same reason outlined in the prior application. And literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the same reasons outlined in the prior application.
And do we have any questions of the board members? Nope. Okay, anyone from the public who is in favor of the applicant? Let the record show there are none. Anyone in opposition? There are none. Bring it back to the board. Do we have any questions on this one? Okay, I'm gonna close it to the public. And are we okay to do the 5 points of law? Or do we need deliberation?
We're okay.
We're good? Okay, let's go.
Okay, granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because?
Not.
Would not?
I agree. The same reasons as 12-21-22-7. Spirit of the ordinance would or would not do substantial justice because?
It would?
It would?
Agreed.
Agreed. And Same reasons as 1221-22-7. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because.
It would.
Would.
Okay. For the same reasons as 1221-22-7. For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
They would not,
Would not.
for the same reasons.
Owing to the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of the provision to the property because.
There is not.
Is not.
Okay, and for the same reasons as 1221-22-7. The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because.
Say it is reasonable.
Is.
The same reasons as 1221-22-7. Are there any comments or restrictions, including any timeframe conditions?
I have none.
I'd like to make a motion on case number 12/21/2022-13 to approve the request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.4.1.3.h.1 to encroach 7.5 feet into the 15-foot landscaping perimeter buffer, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-1, 4-9, 4-1 zone, C11, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton applicant.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Chris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Case number 12/21/2022-13 is request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.4.1.3.h.1 to encroach 12.5 feet into the 20-foot landscaping perimeter buffer, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-1, 4-9, 4-1 zone, C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton, the applicant.
Tom Burns with DF Moran, Mike Benton, the applicant. Variance requested from 4.4.1.3H1 to allow an encroachment 12.5 feet into the 20-foot buffer at the right-of-way in the Industrial 2 zoning district. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest as all the physical features on the site exist per the approved 2012 site plan and no new development is proposed. The spirit of the ordinance is observed for the reasons outlined in the prior application. Substantial justice is done for the reasons outlined in the prior application. The values of surrounding properties are not diminished for the reasons outlined in the prior application. And literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the reasons outlined in the prior application.
Anybody have any questions of the applicant?
Nope.
Okay, bring it out to the audience. Anyone in favor of the applicant? Let the record state that there is none. Anyone in opposition? And there is no one. Bring it back to the board. Any questions?
No.
Okay, closing it off to the public. And are we all set? Can we go into the 5 points of law, or do we need deliberation on anything?
I am good.
I'm good?
Good.
Okay, let's go.
Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because.
Would not.
Would not?
And for the same reasons as 12/21/22-7. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because.
It would.
Would?
Agreed.
The same reasons as 12/21/22-7. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because.
It would.
Would?
For the same reasons as 12/21/22-7. For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
They would not.
Would not?
Agree. For the same reasons as 12/21/22-7. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property because.
There is not. Or it is not.
That would be for the same reasons as 12/21/22-7.
Agree.
Okay. The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because.
Is reasonable.
Is reasonable.
Okay, and for the same reasons as 12/21/22-7. Are there any comments or restrictions, including any time frame condition?
I have none.
I have none.
I do not.
Suzanne, do you have any?
Nope.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion on case number 12, 21, 20, 22, 13 to allow the request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.1.1. Wow. 4.4.1.3.h.1 to encroach 12.5 feet into the 20-foot landscaping perimeter buffer at 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-1, 4-9, 4-1, zone C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton applicant.
Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Case number 1221, 2022-14, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.3.3.b.1 to encroach 6.1 feet into a 15-foot landscaping perimeter buffer, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-1, 4-1, zone C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton applicant.
It's a different lot?
4-1 is what we had last time.
Yep.
Okay.
Same one. 4-1.
One, was it, did we determine it was along 14?
Oh, it was 4-9 last time, 4-9,
Yeah, it
4-1,
was-
and 4-1, this one. He can tell us, what lot are we up here?
This,
so it's-
this one
it's-
is 4-1 now.
Yeah, it's lot 10-1,
One.
10-0, and the lease lot 4-1.
4-1, yep.
Is there a zero somewhere, did you just say?
10-0 is the parent lot, so 28-10-0 is the large overall lot that the airport parking, the large parking areas are on.
This one is 2810, 10-1.
10-1 is where the building, the health club building is. So
Which
that's
one is this? Or,
Second parking. Second parking lot.
okay.
So again, Tom Burns with TF Moran.
Very nice to meet you.
Mike Benton, the applicant. So the variance is requested from 4.3.3B1 as part of the creation of Lot 10-1 from the parent parcel, Lot 10-0, based on the existing leased areas. An encroachment of up to 6.1 feet into the required 15-foot perimeter landscape buffer would occur. An 8.9-foot perimeter landscape buffer would remain along the shared boundary line between the two lots. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest, as all the physical features on the site exist per the approved 2012 site plan. The reduced buffer proposed would be along a common lot line created between the new lot and the existing parcel, thereby having no impacts to other properties, right-of-way, or public interests. The spirit of the ordinance is observed for the reasons outlined in the prior application. Substantial justice is done for the reasons outlined in the prior application. Value of surrounding properties are not diminished for the reasons outlined in the prior application. And literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the reasons outlined in the prior application.
Shut the power out on us?
Does the board have any questions of the applicant?
Nope.
Okay. Is there anyone in favor of the applicant? Let the record show there are none. Anyone in opposition? There is no one. Bring it back to the board one last time. Are we good with the applicant? Do you have any questions on this one?
Good.
Okay, I'm going to close it to the public. And can we go into the 5 points of law? Or do we need to hash anything out on this variance request?
Good to go.
Okay, let's do the 5 points of law.
Explore them deeply.
Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because.
But no.
Would not?
Agreed.
Yep, the same as provided in 1221-22-7. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because.
Would.
It would?
Would.
The same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because.
Would.
Would.
Okay, for the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. The following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not.
So it's the same reasons as in 1221-22.
Do I have one more vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
I agree.
owing to the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area. Denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application
not.
of that provision to the property.
There is not.
The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one.
Is.
The same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Are there any comments, restrictions, including any time frame?
I have none.
Agreed.
In case number 1221-2022-14, I'd like to make a motion to request the approval of the variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 433B1 to encroach 6.1 feet into the 15-foot landscaping perimeter buffer at 1 Highland Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-1, 4-1, zone C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust, owners, and Michael Benton, applicant, as the applicant has met all
Second.
the five criteria.
Thank you, Chris. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Thank you. Case number 1221-2022-15, a request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 433B1 to reduce the required 33% landscaping coverage from 33% to 24.7%. 1 Highland Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-1, zone C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust, owners, and Michael Benton, is the applicant.
Tom Burns with TF Moran, Mike Benton, the applicant. These are for the record, these are the same lots as the last application, so the same. So the creation of lot 10-1 from the parent parcel, based on existing conditions, overall green space provided would be 24.7%, where a minimum of 33% is required. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest, as all the physical features on the site exist for the approved 2012 site plan. There are no changes proposed to the lot. The reduced buffer proposed would be along a common lot line created between the new lot and the existing parent parcel, thereby having no impact to other properties, rights of way, or public interests. The spirit of the ordinance is observed for the reasons outlined in the prior application. The substantial justice is done for the reasons outlined in the prior application. The values of surrounding properties are not diminished for the reasons outlined in the prior application. And literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the reasons outlined in the prior application.
Do I have any questions for the board? For the applicant, not for the board, for the applicant to the board. Okay, we have none. Is there anyone in favor for the applicant? Let the record show none. Anyone in opposition? There is no one. Bring it back to the board. Are you good?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to close the public portion. Do we need to hash anything out, or can we go into the 5 points of law?
Good.
Good, I'm good. Let's do it. Mitch, you're up.
Yep. Okay. Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because,
Not.
Would not?
Agreed.
for the same reasons as in 1221-22-7, the spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because,
It would.
Would.
for the same reasons as in 1221-22-7, agree. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because,
It would.
Would.
yep, agree, for the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not.
Would not?
Agree, for the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Owing to special conditions on the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property because,
Is not.
for the same
Is not?
reasons as in 1221-22-7. The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one.
Is reasonable.
Is.
Agree, that's also for the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Are there any comments or restrictions, including any timeframe condition?
I have none.
I have none.
None from me.
Suzanne, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Case number 1221-2022-15, I would like to make a motion to approve the request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 433B1 to reduce the required 33% landscaping coverage from 33% to 24.7. 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, 10-1, zone C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust, owners, and Michael Benton, the applicant.
Second, thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Continuing on, in case number 1221, 2022-16, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4413H1 to encroach 15 feet into the 15-foot green space perimeter buffer, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 14, 14.9, Manchester Benton Family Trust owner and Michael Benton applicant. That's two.
Yep.
Is this a different lot again?
So this is it's the lease lot as well as the lot that Executive Drive, that the private drive goes through. So it's the larger, that's the other parent parcel that are part of this, that goes out to the back, that has the airport parking lot on it.
So it has nothing to do with the tennis court?
No.
That's all we need to know.
Yeah.
So again, Tom Burns with TF Moran, Mike Benton, the applicant. The variance is requested as part of the formal recognition of Lot 10-1 from the existing leased areas within the parent parcels. An encroachment of up to 15 feet into the required 15-foot perimeter buffer in the industrial zoning district would be created. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest, as the site will continue to function and operate in the same manner as it has since the aforementioned site plan approval. And there are all physical features on the site exist per the approved 2012 site plan. No changes are proposed. The spirit of the ordinance is observed for the reasons outlined in the prior application. Substantial justice is done for the reasons outlined in the prior application. The values of surrounding properties are not diminished for the reasons outlined in the prior application. And literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the reasons outlined in the prior application.
And do I have any questions from any board members? Okay. Bring it out to the audience. Is there anyone in favor? Let the record show there is no one. Anyone in opposition? There is no one. Bring it back to the board. Anything? One last time. I'm going to close the public portion of this hearing. Do we have anything we have to hash out, or can we go through the 5 points of law?
Good to go.
I'm good.
Get your up, man.
Just scribbling.
Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because.
Would not.
Would not.
Agreed. For the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because.
It would.
Would.
Agreed. For the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because.
It would.
Would.
For the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. For the following reasons, the value of the surrounding property would or would not be diminished.
Would not.
Would not.
Agreed.
Yep. For the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property.
Is not.
Is not.
For the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because.
Is.
Is reasonable.
The same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Are there any comments, restrictions, including any time frame condition?
I have none.
We need it.
I'd like to make a motion in case number 1221-2022-16 to approve the request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4413H1 to encroach 15 feet into the 15-foot green space perimeter buffer at 1 Highland Way, map 28, lot 14, 14-9, zone C2, industrial 2, city of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton, the applicant.
Second.
Thank you, Chris. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Case number 1221-2022-16, request for a variance from Londonderry zoning 4413H1 to encroach 15 feet into the 20-foot green space perimeter buffer, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 14, 14-9, zone C2, industrial 2, city of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton, the applicant.
Tom Burns with TF Moran, Mike Benton, the applicant. Again, these are the same lots. This is a variance requested from section 4.4 .13H1 of the ordinance as part of the formal recognition of Lot 10-1 from the existing leased areas within the parent parcels, an encroachment of up to 15 feet into the 20-foot perimeter buffer along a right-of-way in the Industrial 2 zoning district would be created. Variance will not be contrary to the public interest for the reasons outlined in the prior application in this case. The spirit of the ordinance is observed for the reasons outlined in the prior application. Substantial justice is done for the reasons outlined in the prior application. The values of the surrounding properties are not diminished for the same reasons outlined in the prior application. And literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the reasons outlined in the prior application.
Do you have any board members needing anything answered? Nope. Any questions of the applicant? Anyone in favor of the applicant that would like to speak? Let the record show there are none. Anyone in opposition? There are none. One more time, back to the board. We good? Good.
Good.
I'm gonna close the public portion. Do we need to deliberate anything, or can we go into the 5 points of law?
I'm good to go.
Let's go.
All right, granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because?
It would not.
Not. For the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because?
It would.
It would.
Three. The same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because?
It would do substantial justice.
Would.
For the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. The following reason, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
No, would not.
Agree. For the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property.
It is not.
It is not.
The same reasons as in 1221-22-7. For the proposed use is or is not a reasonable one because?
Is reasonable.
Is.
Agreed. For the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. And then, are there any comments, restrictions, including any time frame conditions?
I have none.
I'd like to make a motion on case number 1221-2022-16 to approve the request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 4413H1 to encroach 15 feet into the 20-foot green space perimeter buffer at 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 14, 14-9, zone C2, industrial 2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trustee, owner Michael Benton, having met the 5 criteria for a variance.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Wait, I didn't see this. Yeah, look at this.
Case number 2022-17 is a request for a variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 433B1 to encroach 15 feet into the 15-foot green perimeter buffer, 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, zone C2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton is the applicant.
Tom Burns with TF Moran, Michael Benton, the applicant. So this is a variance requested from 4.3.3B1. This is relative to tax map 28 lot 10, which is the overall the larger subject parcel. As part of the creation of the recognized lot of record for the tennis court parcel, portions of the boundary intersect the existing site access drive through the parent parcel. And as the existing pavement overlaps the proposed lot line, a 0-foot buffer would be created where 15 feet is required, thereby creating a 15-foot encroachment. The variance would not be contrary to the public interest, as all the physical features on the site exist per the approved 2012 site plan. The site would continue to function and operate in the same manner as it has since the aforementioned site plan approval, and the reduced perimeter buffer would be between the new lot and the parent parcel and not to any other abutting property or right-of-way. The spirit of the ordinance is observed for the reasons outlined in the prior application. Substantial justice is done for the reasons outlined in the prior application. The values of surrounding properties are not diminished for the reasons outlined in the prior application, and literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for the reasons outlined in the prior application.
Do I have any board members having to ask the applicant?
Yeah, I'm just, so what parcel is this, and Hitting the tennis court again.
This is so this is the overall, the larger part. So if you're looking at the map, lot 28-10-0, and if you look up on the plan, you'll see the number 10 with the circle around it.
Yep.
So it's basically where the site driveway comes, the existing access drive that comes through that the lots have access off of, because of where the boundary line is being created for the tennis court, where that property line is, it's right up against that pavement. So the pavement's on lot 10-0 on the overall parent parcel, so they're not going to have the 15-foot buffer there because the pavement's there.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Any questions? Okay. Questions you had, that's perfect. Bringing it out to the audience, do we have anyone in favor? Let the record show there is none. Anyone in opposition? There is no one. Bring it back to the board. Any more questions on this one? Okay. I'm going to close the public portion. Can we go into the 5 points of law?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
Granting the variance would or would not be contrary to the public interest because.
Would not. Would not?
Agreed.
Agree, for the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. The spirit of the ordinance would or would not be observed because.
Would?
Agreed.
Agree, for the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Granting the variance would or would not do substantial justice because.
It would.
Would.
The same reasons as in 1221-22-7. For the following reasons, the values of the surrounding properties would or would not be diminished.
Would not.
Agreed, for the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because there is or is not a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property because.
It is not.
Is not.
For the same reasons as in 1222-7. The proposed use is or is not a reasonable one.
For the 70th point of law, it is reasonable.
Is.
For the same reasons as in 1221-22-7. Are there any comments, restrictions, including any time frame condition?
I have none.
I have to think about it now. Good. None.
Let's ponder.
In case number 1221-2022-17, I would like to make a motion to approve the request for variance from Londonderry zoning ordinance 433B1 to encroach 15 feet into the 15-foot green perimeter buffer at 1 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, zone C2, City of Manchester, Benton Family Trust owners, and Michael Benton is the applicant.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
This is the first one.
I would like to say, as a businessman in the state of New Hampshire and in the town of Londonderry, I realize you all did not have to do what you just did. And I
We
just
do
wanna
this for
thank-
fun.
Here we are.
I just want to thank you all that are in the room.
You're welcome. Good luck. Have a very good evening.
much appreciated. I just have one request and probably a reciprocal favor. My wife's going to have a very hard time saying that I was at a planning meeting this late on a Christmas. She's going to assume I'm at a bar somewhere, so. I
Guess what?
really-
Have her look at the tape.
It's all recorded.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank you all
holiday.
very, very much.
Bye-bye.
We're all going for a dip in the executives pool after this. So.
I served you guys long enough. I've memorized all your faces.
Hey, thank you guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas.
Communications and miscellaneous. Nick, do we have any communications or miscellaneous that I need to be made aware of?
Not that I know.
Okay. Ms. Scandier, do I have any communications or miscellaneous items that I need from you to be aware of?
That seems
I feel like we just did that.
I think we did it delayed.
Yes. That's
Some change in the composition of the board. Currently, Jackie is our chair, Brendan is our clerk, and our vice chair. So if anybody else is interested in running, you do need to be a full member to run for
I
that.
don't know where number 7 is.
I would like to seek full board membership if that is on the table as an option. I heard that there could potentially be spots, Bill's or anyone else's that may become available, but if
You're
not.
interested in being moved up from an alternate position to a full member, if you want to send me an email and I'll forward that to Marie.
can certainly do that. I can, if it helps take things off your plate, I can talk directly to Kirby as well.
Well, I need to see if you can do it to Kurt and I both at the same time, I just think we would actually really to tip it,
Love
whatever's
it.
easier for you.
Yeah, I'll CC you both on it, so.
Lauren, who's up for renewal? Do we know from everybody what they're up?
Reappointed.
Okay.
Irene, I believe, is looking to become a full member. I think we have 2 full member spots open. Bill Berardino
Did
was
he-
a full member.
Did he say he's not?
Member now.
Okay.
So we do have 2 full member spots that are open.
What's the other one, Bill and who?
I don't know who the 7 is.
Oh, he was a full member? I didn't even know. I lost track.
Great, Irene and I can step up then.
Right here? And the town council has their own process, that's out of my
Yeah.
hands and I'll leave it alone.
That's what you have me for.
Thank you. Like, why is this missing?
Sure.
All right.
All right, do we have any other business that we need to talk about? Are we,
I hate to delay the meeting, but is there any way we get an explanation for the change in procedure here, or is that something I should direct to someone else? Perfect. Okay, thank you.
okay, any other business, Nick? I would like to have a motion to end this meeting.
I moved to close.
Okay, do I have a second? Yep. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?